Alright, I should have everything. I forgot these expansions came with bard music usually. I have no idea what it's about. I haven't heard any of the lyrics. That's kind of quiet. I noticed all this game. Crank it. I'm actually playing it as loud as I can. I wonder. That's considered music or ambience? I have no idea. Wait a minute. Alright, let's see what the hell we got. So we should be fully onto Old Road now.
Ah, there you are. I have been expecting you.
Okay, that looks like it's the right volume. Now that I'm how many streams into this? Whatever. I need to remember to train my horse too, but I'll do it whenever. I guess I can jump right in. I think I really need to get done first. I'm trying the DLSS anti-aliasing this game uses. I like it better enough. I am seeing some weirdness. But also it looks softer, so I don't know.
Ah, Proxy, I bear grim news. The secret Hermaeus Mora guarded has escaped, and Athelia is forgotten no more. Strange disturbances and disorder now rack these lands. Westweald suffers.
Wake.
But by following these occurrences, we may just find her.
I wonder what she says if you haven't done the first. I know it changes it. I would play as a different character, I intended to, but these two chapters are related. It unlocks the finale if you do both, so I'm not going to run through that first one again. I'm guessing she just kind of comes out of nowhere like, hey, so, shit's fucked up. What kind of disturbances?
A secretive and violent order called the Recollection scours ruins throughout the Weald. Strange Daedric creatures harry the region, and the wood elf King Nantharian reigns over a newly grown forest, a sure sign the threads of fate have frayed.
That about threads of fate?
The lines of possibility that weave through reality and hold everything together. Athelia, the Daedric Prince of Paths, has been set free. Her presence threatens both our world and the realms beyond. Help me meet this threat, and you will be rewarded.
Well, let's do it.
Let me mark your map. Frayed threads of fate point to Rustwall, the Ellenglin ruins, and Ostermere. And take this relic, the Echoneer. You might find it useful. My friend Baragon offered his townhouse in Skingrad. Let us meet there when we are done.
I mean, these are all interesting questions I can ask. However, did you guys fuck? Pretty sure they fucked. How did Athelia escape, anyway?
It began with Torvasard, a clanless Dremora tormented by a dream.
Oh, this is just a recap.
He came to suspect that something had been taken from him.
Yeah, I know about all this.
The Daedric.
Yep.
Hermaeus Mora rallied other princes.
Yep.
When we followed Torvasod to Athelia's prison, he was as surprised.
Okay, tell me about those sites instead.
She had all. They are all within Westweald, not far from the city of Skin.
How convenient that they're all here.
Which location are you curious about?
What's this Rustwall shit?
Rustwall Estate is an old Colovian manor to the southeast, on the outskirts of Skingrad. Why Rustwall is important, I cannot say. Yet the threads of fate have been disturbed there, and we need to determine the cause.
Alright, what's Ostomer?
I am not sure. That is why I asked you to investigate. Ostomer is a Colovian town in the Strid Vale, not far from the southern edge of the New Forest. I have heard stories about powerful groundquakes and enraged forest creatures in the area.
Yeah, you're bearing the lead here. What's that new forest?
The Valenwood Forest mysteriously expanded across the River Strid and replaced the previous Colovian terrain. The Wood Elves who settled the area call it Dawnwood. King Nantharian rules a new Bosmer realm beneath its thick canopy.
Oh, I'd say that. Anything else? I'll head on out.
Very good. I do not know what awaits you at Rustwall, but look for our ally Baragon at Ostomer. He mentioned he had business of his own there. As for Ellenglyn, I will meet you there. I am quite curious to see those ruins.
But no one's going to bother checking out the forest, I see. How do we stop Athelia, anyway?
That is not an easy question to answer. Athelia is a Daedric Prince. No mortal can match her power without assistance.
Yet I keep doing it, well, with assistance.
Mora move against her while she walks our world. He is bound by the Cold Harbor Compact, while Athelia is not.
That's odd. Why is she not bound? The Cold Harbor Compact, it has been a while since I heard this. I should probably get a refresher.
An ancient agreement that prevents many of the most powerful Daedric princes from directly manifesting on Nern. Athelia was imprisoned long before the deal was struck, so she and the Daedra that serve her are not party to its restrictions.
That's fucking bullshit. They Highlander 3'd it. Oh yeah, no, these immortals were stuck in a cave, so, you know. You totally got the quickening and then it was taken away because they broke out of the cave. Not the quickening, what the fuck is it? The prize. What are we supposed to do?
Find her, observe her, discover her plans. Use the Echoneer to reveal her memories. Mora chose you and requested I assist you. He believes you can help preserve reality from Athelia's threat. So we must trust that he shall guide us along the way.
That'd be something we can do.
We know that Daedric relics such as the Echoneer were used to help defeat Athelia in ancient times. Perhaps such items shall play a part again. For now, knowledge must be our weapon of choice, and our task is to arm ourselves as best we can.
Yeah, have fun with that. I'm gonna go hit her with a sword. Heading out. There's the ruin. Where's this forest? I'm spit. That's the first place I want to see. Ostomer is that town. Rustwall Estate. Ellenglyn. Wait, which one's which? Ah, shit, she's gone. I don't want to talk to you, Ember. Fucking bounced. Shit. No follow-up questions, I guess. One's a ruin. One's a town. That one's an estate. I think Ostomer was the forest. Yeah, it took over a town, right? Whatever, I'll go with Ostomer. I don't give a shit. Horsey. Oh shit! I just remembered out the ability to actually. At least not naturally.
This is fine horse country, friend. Anyone could do well dealing in mounts around here, even me.
Jesus. Alright. Actually remembered to train the horse.
Yahoo!
I have yet to max out a single character's horse stats. You know, these trees look terrible. Yeah, that DLSS anti-aliasing sucks. Looks so smudgy. Kind of hoping for more out of it, but whatever. Okay, I guess this... Nice shard up here. I haven't touched this landscape at all, so... Moderate spooky. Orbs. Huh. Sorry, I don't like it. Sky Shard seriously just landed on some doorstep. Okay. Someone in the chat just said, Will defense alert, Northern Rift is active. I hope they don't just straight up have Rift. How you doing, Miss Wing? Fucking spelling home. Funny, I got really good at spelling when they stopped testing us for it. Like Wood Elf territory, but Supposed to be here. I mean, we're close, but, well, then again, no, the Gold Coast is over here. This should all be just grassland. Oh, man. We'd actually have a fucked up zone. Yeah, they would. I'm not sure we really have any. Like, aside from the anchors and stuff.
Oh, please help. It's all destroyed.
If it's already destroyed, how am I supposed to help? Can't break it twice.
Did you feel it, traveler? The ground shook so hard that what remained of our poor village crumbled around me. I can still hear my neighbor's cry as the roof fell on her. I'm sorry, it's just all too much.
No, I'm actually on the right plane. This is Cyrodiil. The problem is that the Daedric Prince everyone forgot about apparently has gotten loose, and things are just happening weirdly already. Basically, a forest / jungle seems to have just appeared in the middle of Cyrodiil, like bordering the Wood Elf lands. Your village, huh?
Ostamir. It used to be lovely. Then that horrid jungle sprang out of nowhere and drove us out. We wanted to reclaim our homes, but I don't see that happening now. Not with so many dead. Oh, I do hope that nice wood elf found more survivors.
Oh no, I know who this is. What nice wood elf?
Baragon.
Oh, I don't know this.
He came to Ostamir looking for his friend. Greenspeaker Sorlin, I believe he said her name was. After the disaster, he didn't hesitate to help. You should join him. He's looking for survivors and could use a hand.
I'll find him.
You'll find Baragon on the road outside Ostamir, just to the north of the village. He built a small camp for the survivors. Tell him I sent you. And any aid you can give will be appreciated, traveler. It's rare to find much kindness in this world.
And tell me of the village formerly known as Ostamir.
I watched our little village grow from a few tents to actual structures. It was a beautiful place. And then the forest suddenly grew up around us, trees and vegetation bursting through the paved streets and displacing buildings. We fled in terror.
Then an earthquake, huh?
No, the forest sprang up months ago.
Wait, months ago?
Some of us decided to return, try to reclaim our village from this...
Yeah, she's never said her name.
It was going well, too. Then the ground started to shake, and what was left of Ostamir started falling down around us.
I did not catch that, but she did not say her name. Which is a shame, because I'd love to hear this monstrosity of a name pronounced. Alicia or Gellion or some shit? Fucking Imperials, man.
I'm not sure. I was hurt by debris. Then I just started walking. I stopped here to rest. Then you stopped by. Ostamir truly belongs to this jungle now. But maybe you can help any survivors? You and that nice Baragon.
Yes, this obvious vampire is definitely going to be the savior you need. The Elder Scrolls world is pretty liberal. They're not that liberal. In most games, if you're a full-fledged vampire, like at the most advanced stage, you can't even go into civilization. They bent the rules in this.
Rest easy, friend. You there! Let's help these people!
You there! Random-ass person. Let's help these people.
What perfect luck!
Oh wait, no, that's right, he knows me.
You're exactly who I need right now. These
I remember him.
are safe, but there's others in the village of Ostamir still trapped by rubble, or worse. Can you help me find them? The quakes could start again, so we need to hurry.
What happened anyway?
Greenspeaker Sorrelin sent me a letter, asked me to meet her here.
In Silent Hill.
After I arrived, the ground rumbled like an angry timber mammoth. Whole buildings collapsed, trapping people. When the new forest appeared, it damaged the village. This may end it.
New forest? Bitch, you're standing in it. I love it when the player character has to say stupid shit.
Apparently, a few months back, what was once rolling hills and rich Colovian farmland was suddenly engulfed by this great forest. Look,
How great was it?
you more Ostamir survivors, then we can find Sorrelin. I can toss you some coin for your efforts.
Yeah, let's toss a coin to your vampire. Yeah, I'll help.
Inside the village,
Teleported there.
any calls for help. People could be buried under rubble or trapped inside collapsed buildings. Just watch.
No, with recent events, this is kind of fucked up.
They appeared after the ground shook. And keep an eye out for Greenspeaker Sorrelin.
So what you been up to?
I've tried to stay retired from adventuring, but recent events just pulled me back in.
Oh wait, Nepal had something happen? No, I meant with like,
Makes my ears
the hurricane and
What
stuff.
happens when I sense danger. Eventually, I'll go back to my scribe duties. Until the next adventure.
There we go. Yeah, Evely Sharper. That's who I thought was gonna be meeting me up here.
Everly's traveling around Tamriel, leading the life of a wandering hero. She writes now and then to tell me stories of her adventures. I'm proud of who she's become. If I hear from her, I'll let her know I saw you.
I'm glad they're not overplaying Evely. She was fun. But if she was in every single expansion, it would get old quick. Oh, a few years ago? Yeah. I thought you meant like recently or something. I was like, oh god, what happened? Like, the news has been insane lately.
There will be time to catch up after we help some people. We could kick back with some Sun's Dusk Ale and swap stories. What else did you want to know?
Nah, tell me about Osmir. Fuck it.
It's a typical Colovian village, or rather, it was, known for fishing and trade. As I understand it, when this forest sprang up a few months ago, it caused massive damage and drove the villagers away. They were starting to return when this happened.
Pretty close to Valenwood.
Very. And this new forest, it's like Valenwood jumped the river and spread here. I remember when Ostamir was founded. Someone else thought it was a prelude to invasion, but a fishing settlement posed no threats, and cooler heads prevailed.
And it's usually a bad idea to put a village, like, right on the border, I guess.
Questions are all well and good, but we have people to save.
Oh, fine.
Anything else you want to know?
Yes, I'll help some people.
Keep your ears open. Follow any shouts for help.
Yeah, we got, like, monsters and shit in here. Same part of the forest? Well, I mean, maybe it is, but...
Clear the rubble.
That rubble wasn't even there until I hit the button.
Thank the eight. I thought that was my grave.
So if you notice, they're saying thank the 8. That's because Talos... Apparently, Talos only exists after Tiber Septim exists. Even though he retroactively made himself. It's very strange. It operates on very weird rules. Ah, shit. Oh, someone's pulling him. Okay. I was like, why did all these things jump me? turn off the vampire shit.
It hurts so much.
These creatures
sister.
only exist in the
I
Dawnwood.
know, little
They
bug.
look so
Please
strange.
help me move this.
Haha, you got flattened anyway. Okay, it totally looks like she just did that herself.
I'm never coming back here.
Last year's Turkey Syria earthquake. Oh yes, okay, I do remember hearing about that one. Which means we're about due for another somewhere. Oh shit, I'm out of power. I wonder. Why is my shit not going on?
Help! The vines won't let me go!
Let him go. No, we will not let him.
Thanks. Even the plants want to kill me.
Ever seen Evil Dead? They can do worse than kill you. Oh man. Yeah, the news is very much taken over right now.
Merlin, you're alive!
Baragon! Oh, who's your friend?
I had no idea the ground would shake so violently when I asked Baragon to meet me here. Nature is nothing if not unpredictable. I also didn't expect him to bring a guest. So, who are you, friend of Baragon?
Who happened by? That's not true at all, but whatever. So why'd you invite him here?
Helping people in dangerous situations sounds just like Baragon. Can't fault him for accepting help. I asked him to join me in Ostamere because I found something amazing, miraculous even. He needs to see it for himself.
I do like the Wood Elves accent. I think it's a fun play to have all the different elves sound like different levels of British. What'd you find?
No. The only way Baragon can understand this discovery is by experiencing it himself. How about we all see it together? It's down in the Ayleid ruins.
Oh,
nearby.
Christ.
I'll show you both. It truly is remarkable.
We're definitely in Cyrodiil. We're going to Ayleid Ruins. Okay.
Baragon's an old friend. He'll appreciate my discovery. I hope you do as well. The ruins are to the southeast of the village. Meet me outside the entrance when you finish helping survivors. I can't wait for Baragon to see what I found.
Why'd you originally come here?
In addition to being a green speaker, I study Ayleids and the history of the wild elves for the University of Gwylem. The nearby ruins called out to me the moment I noticed them. And what I discovered... no, you really must see it.
Yeah, this sounds bad. Yeah, most earthquakes happen like underwater. Yeah, we have had like one earthquake here total in my entire lifetime, and people were freaking out. It was a very small one. Like, it was distant. And people were just sitting there like, don't get earthquakes. Like, what's going on? You're really into the Ayleids, aren't you?
Why would
Ayleids, or
all
there.
Bolmer can trace their lineage directly to the ancient Ayleids. Well, almost all.
Can they?
This history surprises many people and can be controversial, but my research definitively shows that we're the inheritors of that legacy.
That's the first I've ever heard of that. Really? Bosmer? Okay, why would that be controversial?
A disgusting bigotry toward Bosmer pervades scholars from other cultures. To them,
Well, it could just be that you're lesser people.
noble ancestry.
Wait, sorry, that's a dark elf
They're
speaking.
wrong. You should read my book. It contains all the evidence.
Oh, here we go.
to persuade any
Pushing
about
books.
it.
Oh, God. It contains all the evidence. Oh, God. I see where they're going with this character already. He's an alternative Vax Bosmer. Tell me about the Green Speakers.
Green speakers are a vital part of any Bosmer community, and I cherish my role. Shaping the green is an art. It involves merging my voice with the song of nature and guiding how things grow. We don't control nature. Instead, we have a conversation.
Green Speakers aren't supposed to go that far, are they? So is this whole forest thing, you know, green speaking?
Did Baragon tell you that? No, ordinary green speaking can't manipulate something as large as this new forest, and certainly not as fast as it appeared. Beyond that, I'd rather not speculate. It goes against my training as a researcher.
How do you know Baragon anyway?
We grew up together. He started on a path of warrior and hunter, while I trained as a green speaker. He had an interest in scholarly pursuits as well, and we bonded over shared studies. He became a good friend.
Yeah, really good friends. A few of those in this game.
Let's go.
I'll say that about this game. It has a wide variety of NPCs that just kind of, like, come and go in the story. I need to help someone, don't I? Shit. I'm noticing these enemies are tougher than a lot of the older zones. I think it's because you're intended to have a companion for these.
I don't see Green Speaker Sorrelin. Wait.
Oh, that's gonna be busted, isn't it?
They're wearing recollection gear. Grab that note.
Hold on, let me try something. I can't right click. That's if I have to use a keyboard. See if this works. Kinda does. Able to do something with it. I can't read it though. Shit. I tried to put that directly on the streaming machine. I could just make it so that only one window shows. Gotta be a way to do that. Hold on, I'm gonna... Fuck it, I'll do it live. Do it live, fuck it. I've been sent down a rabbit hole now. Okay, how? Not a screen capture. That's not. I don't know if I can capture just a single window. It's a browser source, but that's not the. I'll have to mess with that. That just struck. So yeah, there's no window capture. There's a game source capture, which basically is looking for a... wait, no, there is a window capture. Hold on. Hold on. Don't know if this is word. Okay, there we go. If I do that, I can totally make this work. We have absolutely fixed something. Hold on, hold on. This came to me the other day while I was driving anyway, and this totally reminded me to try this. So hold on, hold on. Got this. Make sure I can read it though. Capture cursor. Yeah, this is fine. The problem is, I can't read it. I mean, I'd have to bring it up, but this shouldn't mess with stream. It's funny because you can actually see the bottom there. Okay, okay, this is a start. This is a start. Hold on. Way down though. Capture. Oh god, I've got too many fucking sources. Keep going. Keep going, you horrible fuck. Scroll. Okay, that's fine. You right under here? No, under here. There you go. You can see me again. This is perfect. Okay, so this, I don't have to pull it up on the gaming PC. Why did I not do this like months ago? Parents might be related. Check and make sure this thing works right. Yes, cool. It worked. Anyway, what am I looking at? Oh, these are ones that happened in the past day. Hawaii, that makes sense. Alaska, that also makes sense. Anytime Washington, huh? Oh, I know why I didn't do this before. Because Streamlabs was running like shit for months. They had a patch that fixed it, so I'm a little more confident in actually running it. Okay, so hold on. Let me open it. But again? Ah, it does not recapture. Title. Otherwise, there we go. Find it of the same executable. Okay, cool. If I just open... I really should put a toggle on that, though. I really should put a toggle on that. What's up, Tim? I can get rid of the tortoise cam button. That doesn't need... I don't even have a second camera in here. Thank God there's no room for it. There's no room for a second camera angle in this apartment. Making sandwiches. Fuck yeah, dude. I swear, man. Like the Duke of Sandwich or whatever the fuck his name was. I don't care about anything else he ever did. But making up the sandwich, fucking I would have starved to death now. If you took away every one of the sandwiches I ever ate, I would just instantly die like those Nazis or whatever in The Last Crusade. I would just instantly just done. Sandwiches are vital to my timeline. Toggle that source, I guess. Should probably. We're just this shit live, man. Who's Mother Gothel? I don't. I might melt like the Nazis in fucking the Ark. Raiders of the Lost Ark, yeah. That's the one. Bologna and cheese, hell, with chips? I don't do that. I don't do that. Oh, I never saw Tangled. Probably should. These days I do ham, cheese, and mayo. Fucking delicious. And you microwave it for like just 20 seconds without the mayo on. Vital. Put the mayo on after that. That's disgusting. There. Oh. Or I can get rid of this browser source I've had forever. Oops. That wasn't supposed to happen. Oh yeah, that's like a whole nested scene. I need to investigate that later. What the hell was this? No wonder my Streamlabs runs like shit. I've got all these like half-baked ideas on this shit. I'm not gonna fuck with it. Because see, here's the thing: if I leave the browser source on, and I do something like, say, fix the memes that are fucked up, I will accidentally blast my entire fucking stream key right on stream. That would be bad. That's very bad. That means anyone can intercept it and stream whatever they want onto the stream. You don't want to do that. Put back a lays in that bitch. Jesus. The roof of my mouth hurts just thinking about that. Browser. Okay. Toggle it. Browser off. Okay, so on. Be very clear. Okay, browser on. Off. Excellent. Okay. Quit doing the screensaver thing. Halting. Now I just have this mental image of like Rocky. He's like in the corner all beat up. He's like, "Cut me, Mick." And he just hands him like a fucking sandwich with a bunch of goddamn potato chips in it. Then you can't understand anything he says for the rest of the movie. Really no different. Sorry, I'm lining shit up here. Browser off. Excellent. Why don't you put that on my main? Figure it out. Yeah, I'll reorganize. But at least it's functional. Holy shit, I can actually look at fucking... Oh man, I can pull it up without actually streaming it. And then hit the button as long as it's like, you know, not got dicks all over it. Speaking of which, check out which button I found. Yeah, that's on the button. That button ain't going nowhere. Anyway, what am I doing? Epicenter of the original Wild Burn ritual. Our green speakers assured us new Wild Burn seeds would spout around Ostamir. There's the nearby Alien ruins for mature wild bird seed. Wild burn, not bird. Bird seed. Find and recover a seed as quickly as possible. It is imperative that we have such a seed for the next phase of our campaign, no matter the cost. Enter the ruins that extend below Ostamir. Roots where Dawnwood originated should be a large seed. You'll know it when you see it. Recover the seed and bring it to me. Message scribbled below in different handwriting. Baragon and friend. I had to run for obvious reasons. Join me down in the ruins. I think you'll like what I have to show you. Is it boobs?
Wild burn seed? Not sure what that could be, but the handwriting at the bottom, that's Sorlin.
Could be wood elf boobs. I don't know. Possible.
The handwriting at the bottom
It don't
of the
matter.
note is definitely...
How you doing, Dis?
None of this matters.
Running into ruins alone is just like her. But I didn't expect the recollection to be here. She's heading into more danger than she realizes.
Apparently they're trying to get some kind of seed.
I've never heard of a seed, but...
Never heard of a seed? You're the worst wood elf ever.
To refer to the strange blight along the edge of the New Forest. Worry about that later. Let's focus on finding Greenspeaker Sorrel.
Oh no, another Banivator.
Of the recollection.
Anyway. Yeah, let's go find Greenspeaker Sorrel and investigate that seed.
The recollection consists mostly of wood elves. Fanatics to a cause I haven't quite pinned down yet.
Yeah.
There are more of them in there.
Wait, I know who they are. Why am I asking about it?
Come on, let's head into the ruins and find Greenspeaker Sorrelin.
The recollection?
Some sort of cult made up mostly of disgruntled wood elves. Seems to have a connection to the ancient Aliens, but I don't have all the details yet. That's why I am out here...
Oh no, are we actually gonna get alien lore in this?
Figure out who they are and what they're up to.
That's another one of the subjects you don't want to actually see them breach. Broach or... You can tell me about the wild burn?
Just that it's what the wood elves of Vashabar call the narrow band of devastation that runs along the northern edge of the New Forest.
Was it their intention?
It separates the rest of Westweald from Dawnwood. I'm not sure what a wild burn seed is, but I plan to find out. Those vines, that's the entrance to the ruins.
The Mexicans that lived there before they were colonized? Probably not.
Let's find Sorrelin first, friend.
Although, that is kind of what's... the sort of thing that's happening in this plot. Basically, a jungle slash forest has... sprouted up where it's not supposed to be. And everyone's like, are the wood elves, like, invading or something? What is this? Might have some good old-fashioned fantasy racism.
suggest you stick with the recollection.
Why does that sound like a rap lyric? Stick with the recollection. Down with the, okay. What was that thing from Off Base? Up in your ass with the insurrection? Was that what? I forgot the line. It's been too long. I need to see Office Space again.
Up ahead. What's she looking at?
Do you feel it, Baragon? The grandeur of our history.
Can you feel it now, Mr. Krabs?
You're right. These ruins are incredible.
Yeah, ruins. Never seen those before.
Do you feel it?
No.
The power of the Aelids pervades this place. Millennia separate us from the Heartland High Elves, but I can feel their legacy flowing through my blood. It pains me to see their glory buried in these ruins.
What are we looking at?
This was all for Baragon's benefit. You're just an unintended spectator. I brought Baragon here to remind him of his Aeliad heritage. The recollection remembers their past. This land belonged to the Aelids, and we Bosmer are their rightful heirs.
Sounding like recollection talk over there. Back up in your ass with the resurrection. Okay, that was it. Did I say it was insurrection? A little different. That's slightly different.
Not at all. But some of their beliefs match my own. All that aside, I wanted to show Baragon what I found. A new type of seed. It's similar to what we green speakers use
to make Valenwood great again.
Villages, but different. It thrums with unique potential.
Wild bird seed. Burn seed. I keep calling it a wild bird seed. That's not correct.
Bug shells! Surprise ruined. I wanted to show him the wild burn seed. Talk to him. Discuss the recollection, both the good points and the bad. I suppose he'll want to take the seed before the recollection does. I suggest you hurry. They're close.
I guess I'll look for it.
The wild burn seed grows deep in the ruins. I suggest we split up. I'll lead the recollection on a merry chase while you and Baragon find the seed. And don't worry, I'm sure we'll meet up along the way. And Baragon, remember your history.
Remember who you are. Tell me anything else about this ruin?
This style of architecture dates back to the late Merethic era. It combines majesty with practicality, so probably a place for Daedra worship and training. These Aelids seem to have been particularly fond of someone they called the Prince of Paths.
Fuck. Fuck. Oh no, are they gonna try and tie this in with the Aelids, and this is why Aelids are kind of like forgotten? Oh god. Oh, they're rubbing their junk on the lore again. Be good or not. So how are you gonna avoid the recollection forces? By joining them, probably. She's sounding like a traitor already.
As I said, I plan to keep some of their attention on me instead of you. After that, well, I'm very stealthy. I have no doubt I can elude their patrols. And if I do get into trouble, I'm sure you and Baragon will come to my rescue.
Oh, one of us will. Depends on how much of a traitor you are that determines the rest, I guess. I ain't trusting your ass. Trust this wild burn Theriker more than you. At least I know where it stands. I was messing around with my more DPS character than the... Not straight DPS, but more. The difference is so insane. But this character's fun, so whatever. Maybe I need a DPS vampire. See how that plays. I really need to redo my gear. Now that I know that, you know, half my set doesn't really function the way that I have it for.
These ruins are pretty amazing. If we weren't battling Recollection forces and trying to beat them to the Wildburn seed, I'd love to just explore them. Some people find the weight of history...
Nerd! Okay, sorry. Couldn't take it anymore.
That's a point. These ruins are too wondrous to let sit forgotten.
He's still talking. Oh, someone else is here. I was like, where's all this DPS coming from? This person.
That's how it works.
Fuck you are.
The new replaces the old.
I thought I could convince you that we'd find the Wildburn seed together.
What? Sorlin, come back!
The fuck? Am I overhearing like conversations from elsewhere? Dude, that Bandivator is trying. I guess it's just because they're fucking bots. I have no idea that only I can see it. You can tell I'm running more current content now because there's actually people in here.
The Recollection needs wood elves like you. We can finally claim our rightful inheritance.
Dude, she joined them in seconds.
Cracked acorns, what are you thinking? Follow her.
I mean, I wasn't kidding when I said I thought she was going to join them, but I didn't think she joined them literally 5 minutes later, if that. That's more like 2 minutes if you don't fuck around. Holy shit.
How could Sorlin join the Recollection?
How could she?
Murderers?
Dude, I knew her for like a minute and called it. It's not that outside of the realm of possibility. This sucks. I'm used to being able to taunt everyone just by charging in, and it doesn't work anymore. Don't care, want blood.
I hope I helped.
Who did that? Oh. I don't know where the others went. There's traps in here. That's what I keep hitting. I'm getting fucked up. It went. I'm told to explore, but there's no marker anywhere. Man. Back to the end. I do believe that I am. Oh. I can just sprint right past him. Shit, I'm about to run out of health. Yeah, they really made leeching strikes good. The funny thing is, I think this build technically works better if I'm not even a vampire at all. Like, all the Nightblade skills actually give exactly what I want with none of the downsides, so...
Sorlin joined the Recollection? But they're murderers! Ah, this can't be right. I just need to talk to her. Blight and root rot. Maybe she's under a spell or a curse or something. Let's...
Oh, it's down. That's one. Could have taken that right turn at Albuquerque. My big problem right now is just a lack of stamina. I should exercise more.
Nicely done.
Like, I didn't realize it was a problem until I was playing on my character that has more stamina, and it's like, oh yeah, no. Do. But then this character is also pretty much just invincible, so, you know, it's a trade-off.
Those doors. Let's try there. We need to find that seed.
Got a need for seed. Okay, that came out wrong.
Sorlin, talk to me! I can't let you take that seed!
There are other seeds than these.
I'll go after her. Grab the seed and follow after me!
Hey, use that grappling hook thing. I remember that. Which I think was like a crossbow that we had. Oh. It's a boss, kind of.
Oh, come on.
Damn, I kind of like how mobile this one is. A fun little fight. Janked. This game does so much right. Sprang from whatever forces created the new forest. I've got a seed.
The Recollection seeks justice, Baragon, for all Bosmer.
Spilled blood and displaced families aren't justice!
We've been friends forever. Why won't you trust me?
The Recollection destroyed this village! Who knows what other harm the Record caused?
They're still arguing.
Time to bring the lightning!
Shut up, Ember. Now's really not the time. I guess I could have just sprint stealthed it, but...
couldn't catch her. I've known Sorlin for almost my whole life. I cared about her, considered her a friend, perhaps more. Why didn't I see that she had been taken in by the recollection? Maybe I could have done something. Blight, this hurts.
There we go. Oh, so she talked about justice and an inheritance. Do you know what she meant?
She always claimed Ayleid land belonged to the Wood Elves, but that was purely academic before. Sounds like the recollection promised to make it real. Could be why they wanted the Wildburn seed. Speaking of which, did you get it?
Yep, here you go.
I've never seen a seed like this before. It feels wrong. You're working with Laramil, right? She needs to know what we discovered here. Meet us back in Skingrad. I have a townhouse there. Oh, and take this. You more than deserve it for helping me.
An attack, reduce damage taken by 11% for 3 seconds. Terrible. That'd be good for tanking. Guessing that goes on heavy armor. Hope. Can't tell because that's on a weapon.
Sure, my lifelong friend joined a violent cult. But you and I actually did some real good today. We saved people in Ostermere and kept this seed away from the recollection. When you're ready, meet Laramil and me at my townhouse in Skingrad.
Do you think the ground shaking Wildburn seed are connected?
I have little experience with either, so any speculation is merely a guess. If Ostermere was truly the epicenter of the new forest growth, the land there could simply be unstable. Or perhaps Ifray shook the ground to warn us and get our attention.
I'm maybe going to Rustwell next.
That's Count Calantius's estate. It's just east of Skingrad. It's a beautiful location. As I understand it, the Count uses it as a retreat from the duties of his court, and there's lodging for important guests. I'm still waiting for my invitation.
You're on. Well, I'm gonna need a gear. Down to 60% overall. That's like an average, though. I should probably be careful with Frenzy. I'm pretty sure that's illegal. Yeah. Everyone's saying it's up. Oaken Claw. Okay. Oh, I mean, I can't find that either. See what's in the shelf.
I pray you aren't another rogue come to take what's left.
I might be. Left.
Oh, Julianus be praised. A friendly face. It seems the roads are far more dangerous than I was led to believe. We stopped to enjoy the breeze when a crazed brigand came out of nowhere and robbed us.
One brigand, huh?
One masked brigand and a pack of horrid beasts she commanded.
Oh.
Frelgotha did everything she could to protect me, bless her heart. But the thief made off with my entire dowry. Now I haven't a napkin ring to present to my future bride.
Man, it must be fat. Anyway, where'd the brigand go?
She disappeared into the nearby Firelight Cave. Adventurer, if you can recover my 4 dowry bundles, I promise to make it worth your while. Every scrap of silk and muddy jewel could save me from becoming the laughingstock of Skingrad.
Does he know that these bundles are still together? Whatever.
It took years to negotiate a fair dowry for the Verdullis family's eldest daughter. To come this close to a life of leisure, only for some flea-infested scoundrel to dash my dreams? Please, search Firelight for my dowry. I beg you.
Okay, wild guess here. Eldest daughter that he's gonna be marrying. I'm guessing that's actually the brigand. The Verdullis family.
They are a very powerful mercantile family, and any misstep could spell disaster for my marriage proposal. It's been a grueling year of negotiations between our families. Would you believe I haven't even met my bride-to-be?
Okay, it's 100% her then. Never met her, huh?
Absurd, I know, but it's almost more romantic. The tidal forces of commerce leaving us marooned on the shores of love. We've written each other, of course, and beneath the polite formalities, I do believe a moral nurtures a spark of love for me.
And if you don't like each other?
That's hardly a reason not to get married.
Nice.
My parents built a lumber empire despite hating each other. Of course, without my dowry, none of this matters. Not to press, but even a small portion returned could save my marriage.
So, who attacked you again?
It was horrible being surrounded by snarling beasts. And the brigand, wearing a ghastly mask, I might add, started barking orders at us. It was either I surrender the dowry or forfeit my life.
And she controlled the beast, huh?
By magic or might, I'm unsure, but yes, they seemed to follow her every command. Once the beasts were between us and the dowry, she swooped in and stole caskets and coffers filled with gems, jewelry, spices, and silks. I need them back.
Alright. Get your dowry. Probably kill your bride in the process.
And I'll compensate you handsomely.
I really hope that's enough.
And be wary of the Theriker. They aren't to be trifled with.
I really hope that's impossible.
What's this? Did my betrothed hire someone to retrieve his dowry? How quaint.
Yep.
You should be warned. My beasts don't like losing their toys, and they do love his shiny gift.
Okay, so props at least for not trying to hide it.
Adventurer. I've had my fill of impish fools with childish dreams.
Good news, your bride-to-be is hot. Probably. I don't know. Yes. I'm gonna kill this frog now. Frog baseball.
Realize the opportunity I've given him? Why try to recover his bid for my hand? What joy can be found?
Is it really? It's a fun game for what it is. It has problems.
Help him if you feel so inclined. But be warned, the beasts of Firelight are ravenous.
Like, it has a lot of really neat, unique strengths. Some of it being just the active exploration in this game is awesome. Like, you can actually just wander around and stumble into really fun quests. And the weird thing is, the game did not start that way. Well, some people don't enjoy it. A lot of people, in fact. But a lot of people do. This game rakes in money.
What use have I for collars of gold and silver? Contracts be damned. I know my worth, and Grander should come to learn his. The Theriker grow restless. We have that in common. It's time we left these woods behind.
I mean, it's not an Elder Scrolls game. Like, you've got to get that out of your head right off the bat if you're playing this. It's one of the main reasons why it flopped at first. It does. I mean, you can go first person. It has a pretty good first person camera. Probably the best first person camera I've ever seen in an MMO. However, trying to dodge area of effects stuff like this, almost impossible. I mean, if you approach it as an MMO inspired by Elder Scrolls, it works a lot better.
I had dreams of.
And don't forget, Elder Scrolls was always intended to be multiplayer, like originally.
Return the dowry to Grander if you wish. I'm leaving all this nonsense behind.
But yeah, it's definitely not a knockoff. I mean, this is... Instead of making Elder Scrolls 6, this is what they've been working on. And at this point, the game is huge. I'm doing good. How are you? I'm guessing down there is just death. Yeah. That would have been bad. But yeah, this game has just tons of production value, too. Believe me, there's nothing cheap about this game. Every line of dialogue, every single line is voiced. And I would argue that the voice acting is better than actual Elder Scrolls, which is not saying much. And there's a lot of it. I mean, like, okay, so when you do a daily, oh, I need to go the other way. If you do a daily, you don't just pick up a quest to do a delve, which is what I'm currently doing as a delve, and the quest associated with it. But you don't just get a daily that says, okay, go and do this. Instead, you get, like, multiple dialogue boxes of fully voiced conversation about why you're doing it. And why, you know, whatever organization's sending you out on the daily needs it done. And you can ask questions, you can do... I mean, it's got a lot of stuff to it. If you're into collecting games, you know, like, almost Ubisoft-style, like, map collection, I mean, this is what the map looks like. This is a new area that I haven't been in much. You can see where I've been and where I've gone. But, like, all these blackened things are things to discover, complete. You know, there's world bosses to fight. There's a lot to this game. And the dungeons are alright. They're fast-paced. I wouldn't say they're as good as 14's dungeons. But they're up there. And unlike Guild Wars 2, this game actually keeps getting new dungeons. So, there's a ton of dungeons now. Let me turn off my shit here. There's an optional one, which I don't play the game without subscribing. Because when I get into it, I go all in. Basically, the subscription makes it so that you don't have to buy any of the expansions for the part. Because what happens is, every year they come out with a new expansion. Now, these expansions are smaller. They're not like... It's not like Dawn Trail, But every year they have a new chapter with a 2-part story, a whole zone, some kind of new gameplay mechanic. Spellcrafting went in this expansion. Not really spellcrafting, they call it scribing, but you can tell it's what leads to spellcrafting, because this takes place in the second era, and most of the single-player games take place in the third. But they're interesting. They're interesting. The main thing that gets the subscription from me, though, is the crafting bag, which basically takes all the crafting materials that you collect and puts them into a separate storage thing so they don't take up your inventory. This is the single biggest thing that keeps me from crafting in most games. So, I know they're playing us by doing that. It's the only way to get it. You can't buy it separately. It's one of the only things you can't buy separately, and they know it. So it's a little scummy, but, you know, the end result is I don't play it unless I'm subbed, typically. But the sub is super worth it if you're playing it. The fun thing is, ever since their big overhaul, almost 10 years ago, the quest progression and zone progression is all cracked wide open.
Unworthy of my...
You don't level normally anymore.
I've tamed beasts and monsters. I've no need for a mouse.
But, yeah, plays great on a controller. In fact, you can just instantly, well, no you can't. You actually have to toggle it on. But, because it actually changes your UI and everything. It's somewhere in here. Been a while. Under gameplay? I thought it was. Yeah, gamepad mode. And you can set it to be automatic. It's problematic. Whoops, draining myself. Character's a vampire, so I have some odd skills. One of them is actively killing me, but it's fine. When this game first came out, it was a mess.
I've taken what I need. Enough gold to start a new life. Far away from...
Oh, his bride's gone.
You should do the same.
Do you think I need this gold? Bitch, I've been adventuring forever. But yeah, when this game first came out, basically it was 3 alliances, and they're at war with each other, right? That's like the whole plot, is that, basically the, all the different countries split off into 3 different factions, and they go to war. And that's what the main story is, like the vanilla story, which is probably the worst story in the game at this point. It features some interesting stuff from a lore perspective. It actually features Mana Marco, which is interesting because he's more of an actual villain in this than he ever has been. And he's one of the few characters that's kind of spanned several games. The combat's also, as you can tell, action-based. One of the things that people hate about it is that it is cancel-based. So, in order to properly play the game, and this was not intended by the developers, but they wound up embracing it, better or ill, the proper way to play is to cancel your light attacks into specials, which I can't, unless I'm next to someone. So it looks like this. See how it's like 2 hits? That's basically how you're supposed to weave all your attacks. And there's a bit of a cadence to it when you have multiple attacks, but if you notice, there's not that many attacks on my bar. Because you get 10 skills, right? 1 for each weapon. You can fully customize this. Unfortunately, what most people wind up doing, and you're really intended to do this, is to shove a bunch of buffs and stuff on your secondary weapon, and then all of your main attacks on your primary attacking weapon. So, it's clunky. There's no way to get around it. The animation isn't the best. It looks messy when it's in action. It feels better than it looks, I'll say that. But it is unfortunately one of those things where it's just that's the reality of the game, is you're intended to do this canceling bullshit, which if it canceled like a fighting game and actually had like, you know, proper frame data and there was real timing involved, like where you'd actually have to like go to a training dummy and learn, okay, at what frame do I cancel this? At what frame do I cancel that? You know, it doesn't really work that way. It's much more spammy than that, which is unfortunate. And unfortunately, it's been this way for so long, people would cry foul if they changed it too much now, which is unfortunate because it is the #1 complaint of a lot of people. They just don't like this canceling system. Now, once you get the hang of it, kind of fun. I do enjoy it. Like, different characters do feel different to play for me because, you know, they have different timing, they have different stuff. Not quite as intentional feeling as it probably should, but it works. But unfortunately, because there is giant discrepancy between both build, skill choice, and actual player skill, the variance in how good a character is wild. Like the worst played, worst build character is not even on the radar of a character that's built correctly, big quotes, has the meta stuff, and the player knows how to cancel. There's just no comparison. So this is not a Final Fantasy XIV situation where as long as you know what things to do in order, you're gonna be competitive. No, everything has to come together in this. Thankfully, most things in this game do not require that level of performance. But if you notice, there's certain moves that you're supposed to block, certain moves you're supposed to interrupt. Also, this game's action, like the dodgeable stuff, puts 14 to shame. Oh my god, I forgot about Tales of Tribute. It's a whole card game in this game. Anyway. I completely forgot that was in the game. I forget what year they added that, but that is something that's in the game. And it's actually a good card game. Yeah, 14's lag is just the worst, and there's parts of 14's combat that's amazing, right? It feels really good to hit buttons in that game. The animation's really good. This game is almost the exact opposite, where it looks like a clunky, janky mess, but the actual mechanics going on are pretty involved and pretty decent. One of the big parts of your character... I should get out of here. This is the boss room. He's going to respawn. How do I get out of here? There's an exit. I can see it. Map. There we go. Okay. So one of the big parts of your character is your gear, right? So this doesn't matter until you hit end level, to be honest. I mean, you can do stealth archer. They're not great in this. I mean, they solo all right. If you pop a arrow from stealth, you're gonna do some damage. But you can do anything from stealth and do damage, even if you're not really spec'd for it. So if you notice, everything has like sets, right? And at 5 items, you get like a crazy thing. So this character's a vampire tank. That's the entire idea. And I went for Crimson Twilight, which I don't see anybody take. This game has hundreds of these gear sets now. And what happens is everyone latches onto whatever the current meta is, and if you're not playing that meta, you're considered subpar. I refuse to be meta, ever, in any game. So what this one does, anytime I take damage, a mist of blood explodes out, and after 2 seconds, it comes back in. Like, it sucks all back into the character. For every enemy that it hits, it does a certain amount of damage, and I'm healed for that amount of damage. And it can happen once every 8 seconds. And it scales off of my max health, which is the highest stat I have. So, I almost have my own boss mechanics. I mean, this is just from one gear set. You can fit Chew on. The other one I have, and this is one that I need to replace because they've nerfed this after years of glorious service. This game does lack one thing. It has no AoE taunts. Every taunt is single target. You are intended to... For one, you're not intended to tank every enemy in this game. Like when you do dungeon content. It is intended that you grab the biggest, scariest looking guy and hold him off, while everyone else kind of takes care of everyone else. So if you want to tank more than one enemy, you are basically using your sword and shield taunt for the most part, and you're spamming it on just like one enemy, another enemy, and, you know, trying to get everybody together. And they're only 15 seconds long. All taunts are. Taunting in this is kind of the most broken part of the game. The aggro system doesn't exist. When you aggro an enemy, it will attack the first person that's nearest to it. Typically the person that ran into it, or whoever hits it first, or whatever. It will attack them, I believe, for 6 seconds. At which point, it will now randomly decide another person in range to attack. It doesn't care who did the most damage. The only thing that overrides that is a taunt, which is going to be for 15 seconds. If you taunt... I believe if 3 stacks of a taunt go onto it from any source, it stops allowing taunts to hit it. And it becomes what's called over-taunted. And it becomes stuck on whoever hit it with the third taunt. At which point you have to wait for that taunt to disappear before you can start applying new ones. So you typically only want one person taunting. Or really good communication if someone else is doing it. But, the trick with this set, for the longest time, is that anytime you do a blink, charge, leap, teleport, pull ability, basically something that, it's a gap closer, one way or the other. Among other things, it will taunt the enemy that you just gap close with, and there is a trait for a single weapon in the game, two-handed sword, that if you morph this ability, every ability in the game changes into 2 different skills. So you level it up to 4 or whatever, and then you morph it, and you have to decide which one to take. Usually it's something like, here's a physical one, here's a magical one, right? So this morph, I forget what the other charge allows you to do. But basically this is a 2-handed weapon only charge, and the morph I took causes it to do damage to all enemies around you when you do the charge. The way this used to work is that the charge taunt, that's only if you're wearing that specific gear set, would piggyback off of Stampede and do an AoE taunt. It was the only way in the entire game to do an AoE taunt. They finally took it away. Like in the last year. So this character actually needs to get a different second set of gear going, and I'm gonna have to do some research to figure out what I want to do, because that's an adventure in itself. I can probably just craft it up at this point. Why do I have a blue belt? Why is this blue? The hell? Whatever. I don't do the hardest stuff in the game, so I don't kind of assholes about it. If you are not doing the absolute best build possible, and even if you're doing really well, if it's something they don't recognize, people freak out. Like this character actually, you know, I have 2 builds for this character. One of which is for soloing, which uses more of the vampire stuff, and the other one is for tanking, where she kind of uses less of the vampire stuff. Mainly because her main spammable, when you use it, you can't be healed by allies for 3 seconds. This is bad for a tank. You should not be using this as a spammable if you're a tank. One day I forgot to change builds, and I was tanking, and the healer starts flipping out. It's like, I don't know what is wrong with your character, or if something's wrong with my character, I don't know what's happening. I can't heal you. And I'm sitting there like, what do you mean you can't heal me? It's like, you should be fine. And it's like, oh shit, I'm still using blood for blood. I'm sorry. And it's like, wait, what? And it's like, yeah, sorry, I can't change it. I forget if you can change in the middle of a thing or not. I was like, don't worry about it. I've got enough self-healing. I'll be fine. I then proceeded to just vampire the entire fucking thing with non-stop life taps and shit. And the healer's like, what the hell?
I'm not here to fight. My family drama puts you in danger. I owe you some answers if you want them.
So the other part of this game is the questing's actually really good. For what it is. There's no lasting effects on most things, but most gameplay has quests associated with it, and they're hardly ever completely straightforward. So this one, we came across a caravan that was raided, and it was a guy who was on his way to meet his bride-to-be, had his dowry with him, and right off the bat, I knew where this was going. He was like, yeah, it was just one person, and she summoned beasts, and I'm like, okay, clearly this is your bride-to-be has ambushed you. The triangle's pointless unless you're doing the harder content, in which case, yeah, you still want to stick to it. The normal raid, normal dungeons and stuff, this character can't really solo them, but I can damn well tank them without outside healing. And sadly, that's kind of normal. To the point that people that queue as healers oftentimes are told, just DPS. That is the other problem with this game. Unless they have changed something, this game has no way to tell what role you are. When you queue up, and I forget where it is, selections, where is it? So you just choose your role, right? Like, yes, I am a tank. You can choose multiple roles, I believe. No, you can't. I'm lying. You can only choose one. And the game has no way to tell if you actually are a tank. So people will just join as a tank, and they're just glass cannons. And the whole thing is you hope that you either get a tank or a healer who's actually doing their job. And yeah. Now, vet mode, for the most part, people don't fuck around too much. Normal dungeons, though, oh yeah, they don't give a shit. And I mean, there are character builds that can just solo dungeons. So, for the most part, normal dungeons, make sure you keep up. Because someone will just delete the bosses in seconds. Like, fuck. Also, the group content is not all equal. Just because something's a normal dungeon doesn't mean it's all the same difficulty. DLC dungeons are harder in general. Top was cleared without healers, good god. Oh man. Yeah. I mean, the tanks can kind of do that in this, right? Because you have so much flexibility, and there are heals that scale off your max health, and tank is usually going to have max health cranked up nice and high, so you can kind of get away with that stuff. But the trick is, this game is also made for PvP, like mass scale PvP. It uses the tried and true Dark Age of Camelot style PvP, which is why there's 3 factions. And Cyrodiil is basically just reserved for PvP, except for 2 zones, which are DLC areas that take place in Cyrodiil, but that's different. So, healing, for the most part, is AoE. For the most part, it's fire and forget. Healers are not just healing in this, because it is dirt simple. If you're just sitting there spamming heals over and over again, you're not really doing it. It's intended to be a little more active. Home tours. You can queue up for... Oh my god. Vamp cruise ship. So, I didn't realize this. I don't know when they put this in. Doom Castle. These appear to be player homes that have been opened up, and you can actually queue up to just go visit people's houses. That's kind of awesome. Aliens attack. I should look at some of these later. The Borg? What the hell? Alien spaceship? What the fuck are people making? Castlevania? Good God. Anyway. Finder, what am I doing? Dungeon Finder, here we go. So here's a list of all the dungeons. So I'm just going to look at the normal ones. But this is how many dungeons are in here now, and many of them are 2-part, or they have like 2 different dungeons that are based on the same thing. Second one's usually harder. But this is how many dungeons are in the game. Ignore veteran. A lot of dungeons. Every DLC adds dungeons. They've been adding them every year. The trick, though, is that leveling is not normal. I've like halfway said this a few times now. So, when the game first came out, it was a normal level 1 to 50 leveling thing, right? And you start at the level 1 zone, you do your quests, and you fight things you're appropriate to your level, you level up, you have a path to go on, then you hit level 50, and, you know, at that point, when you beat the story mode, you actually get the ability to go to the other alliances to see what it would have been like if you washed up there after the... And then you go through the plot line of those other ones, and eventually you would unlock all of Tamriel, and 2 of the 3 would be at level 50, but not your home one. It was fucked up. So one of the things they did was an update called Tamriel Reunited. How you doing, Kay?
It sucks.
They did an update called Tamriel United, which basically made it so that all characters, even when you first start, are now scaled up to level 50. It's a little messy, but it works. I don't know how it works, but it works. So the way it works is at level 1, you don't have much variance because you haven't put many points into things. You haven't specialized yet. So you kind of are just good at all things. You're actually pretty reasonably powerful. You can wander into endgame, well, not endgame stuff, but you can wander into activities that level 50s are doing, and you're doing just fine. As you level, your gear starts giving you less and less benefit, because gear is still leveled. when you start out leveling your gear, it just becomes less effective. So you're constantly replacing your gear while you're leveling, which is why you don't worry about set bonuses until you're 50. As you are leveling, you start specializing more in the things that you're putting points into, which this game actually lets you assign points to your attributes. So this one mostly is in health and a good bit of stamina, no magicka. And I have gear that gives some stamina, because you need that for blocking and things, and using skills and things like that. But when you're new, all these are pretty much equal and higher than average. But my magicka has gone down since I was level 1 every single level. Because I don't use it. It weirdly works. It's a little funky at first, but you kind of get your head around it and you go, oh, okay, you know, I'm not really growing more powerful so much as I'm specializing in what I want to do. And over the course of 50 levels, now that everything is set to level 50, they also opened up the alliance system, so you can travel anywhere you want. So if you want to do a bunch of questing in what used to be an endgame area, you can. And then if you didn't do one of the early level areas in another alliance, you can just zip over there whenever you feel like it and do it. All the DLC is mostly unconnected. Now this one is actually, the one I'm on right now is a sequel to the last one, but you don't have to do the first one. If you are on a character that didn't do the last part, the quest NPC basically just goes, hey, we really need your help. I'll catch you up on what's been happening. You know, and they basically just treat it like you just joined in this quest from there. The game keeps track of who you've talked to. There are times where you're going to see recurring characters and you're like, hey, I know you. And there's other characters that didn't meet them that will go, I don't know who you are. And the game actually respects that for the most part. They've treated it well, is what I'm trying to say. It's not quite an Elder Scrolls single-player game, but over the years, they have made it just a little bit better every year. And they made it a whole lot better with Tamriel United. So, yeah. Is it my favorite MMO in the world? No. But when I get into it, I tend to play the shit out of it until it pisses me off. You know, something gets on my nerves, and okay, now I've got to play something else again. Anyway.
Introduction, then. I am Immoral Verdelis, Grander's bride-to-be. You can tell him it was me. I'm certain my betrayal will make for quite the waterworks. I harbor no ill will toward the man. Only what he represents. This contract.
So, are your parents on board with this?
It's been years since they've taken any interest in my needs. Why would I care for theirs? They've made it plainly clear I wasn't the daughter they prayed for. Too quick to fight, too tough to bend. And still they tried to force me into shape.
And Grander probably should know about this.
He's one of countless pampered nobles that look at these marvelous, newly grown woods and see only a profit to be made. They have no love for its beauty, and nor do I for their greed. So forgive me for not considering what he deserves.
Great. So what should I tell him?
Tell him what you will. I'm certain the scandal won't take long to spread. The Verdelis family's wild child finally making for the hills. I only wish I'd done it sooner. And that I could see my mother's face when she realizes what's happened.
He really did want to marry you.
That's a pity. Tell Grander I have a sister. A sweet little thing eager for love. But warn him no dowry. Do it right. Court her. They need to decide for themselves, not our parents.
Damn. Okay. So why hide with a bunch of beasts?
This cave was once a sanctuary from my parents. Before this wild magic twisted it into something cruel. It was my second home, filled with beasts with softer smiles than the ones that raised me.
Magic twisted this place. My character knows about this.
Yes, and the creatures that lived within it, driven wild and feral. I did what I could to calm them, tend to their fear. I had hoped to take them with me, to return the favor and save them from this mess. But I acted too late.
So where are you going now?
I'm not sure. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell Grander's hired aide. Just know it will be far away from here. Beyond the highlands and the overgrowth. Beyond even the reach of my family's wealth.
Yeah, well, I should probably get back to Grander. See ya.
Farewell, adventurer. Perhaps one day we'll cross paths again.
So again, this whole dialogue and everything, this is just from a random environment quest that really at its core was just go collect 4 things in this hostile area. That's all it is. But they went out of their way to make sure every place has at least some kind of a plot. Some are better than others. This one's a solid okay. But every one of these little delves, which are basically single-player dungeons, they're not strictly single-player. Other players will run through them, especially in this place because it's the newest zone added. But every one of them has like a specifically a boss and a sky shard to loot. Which every 3 sky shards you get a skill point. No, we're not really helping the village at the moment.
You've returned in one piece. I hope you gave that brigand what for.
Said we were helping a noble who got robbed of his dowry. Gotcha. Have a good one, Sabine. Basically, noble got robbed of his dowry. Turns out it was his bride-to-be that robbed him because she didn't want to marry him. And she ran off.
You're back? And with my dowry in tow? This is still plenty to impress the Verdalis' eldest daughter and secure her hand. I could kiss you, adventurer. Though I suppose I should save that for my bride-to-be.
Yeah, about that. You got a dowry, but not a marriage.
What's this now? Has word already spread of my ineptitude? My abject failure? Has the Verdalis family already dragged my name through the coals? Please, kind-hearted and dashing adventurer, end your silence and tell me!
Yeah, the brigand was your betrothed, dude.
My? Immoral? What would drive her to steal her own dowry? Surely there must be some misunderstanding. These barbaric acts are far beneath her, let alone the Verdalis family name. At least it explains the warm rush I felt from her commands.
Damn. So yeah, they've never met, so... And she needed the dowry to run away.
Run away? I see. It's strange I find myself so hurt by someone I never met. Who am I to begrudge someone for wanting greener pastures? I hope she finds what she's looking for. I'll be fine. Mother taught us Namarset men to persevere.
Plenty of wolves in the den, Grander. That's fucked up. So she actually mentioned that she was like, hey, look, I've got a sister. Just tell them to, do it correctly. I'm noticing we don't even have an option to bring her up.
Well, I don't appreciate the chosen imagery. I get your meaning. Yes. Though the long road to betrothal is a lonely path, I'll gladly walk it. Thank you, traveler. You've earned this gold as well as my deep respect.
Ring of Faithfulness. Awesome. I got the fucking marriage ring. Yeah, there's a line early in this where he just goes, well, it's like, what if you don't like each other? And he goes, what's that have to do with marriage? It's like, my parents hated each other for years and they were able to do this, this whole business together.
I wonder
oh, here it comes.
Dowry. I could save it for my next bride. Or perhaps I could invest it in some sort of capital venture. Father rarely loosens the purse strings for my ideas, so this is the perfect time to prove myself.
Yeah, Amaro had a sister, you know.
Yes, of course, a delightful woman. In fact, she was the one who often made the ride out to our lumber yards to collect my letters to her.
Wait, so he's met her.
Are you implying that I should marry her instead?
Yeah, Marl said no dowry.
What a novel idea. I'll admit to some relief that our arranged marriage is over. I have always been a bit of a romantic, and this merger by way of marriage was less than ideal. Perhaps I will. A proper courtship. If she agrees, of course. Good news. The adventurer retrieved my dowry. We can continue on to Skingrad as planned. And I promise you both a pint of ale when we get there.
Such a relief. And I'll be able to press and sort out your clothing in time for any balls or soirees.
Who the hell's talking?
How generous. A whole drink after nearly losing an arm to a Theriker.
Oh, there they are. I didn't even talk to them.
It will be good to get back to Skingrad. I enjoy the outdoors as much as the next person. But this armor starts to chafe when I've been in the heat for too long.
Orcs are fun in this.
Well done. I expect we'll be on our way soon. Marriage troubles aside, I'm quite looking forward to our stay in Skingrad. I hope to make it as relaxing as I can for Master Grandeur.
See, the big problem with this, though, being that it's an MMO, these characters really will never leave here. If this was one of the single-player games, you would totally see these three later in the town. But I mean, they could do that here, but it would be very cumbersome to do. See what else is out here. I make sure to hit as many way shrines as possible. They are used for fast travel. Okay, there's the estate. Up here. Okay. Yes, I should make my way to a way shrine. Go back to town. My gear is pretty fucked up anyway. Yeah, in case you missed it, Mistwing, the forest was basically grown somehow by a faction of wood elves that believe they are descendants of the Aliens, who are basically ancient elves that are a bit of a mystery. And their ruins are all over Cyrodiil, this region of Tamriel. And as such, they believe that because they are descended from the Aliens, anywhere there are alien ruins is where they should be living. So they are basically trying to take over Cyrodiil, which is the Imperial province, which, better days, is the seat of the Empire. For obvious reasons, this is not going to go so well. Now, the weird thing here is... Gotcha. The weird thing is that Cyrodiil, and the original descriptions of it in, like, Arena and Daggerfall, and even in Morrowind, is described as a marshy jungle. So, there's more to this. There's absolutely more to this. Because when Elder Scrolls 4 came out, everyone was like shocked at the time because they were like, "What? This isn't Cyrodiil. Cyrodiil's supposed to be like, you know, a dense jungle, and the only place of civilization is the Imperial City. You know, in the middle of the province. Like here. All this is supposed to be jungle." So all of a sudden there started being in-game stuff about, oh yeah, well, Tiber Septim used Chyme to transform this jungle into a beautiful grassland instead, because he preferred it. Which is why we have conflicting reports of what Cyrodiil looked like. So this probably is what Cyrodiil originally would have looked like. Now the real truth is, Oblivion's engine was held together by glue, and actually trying to render a proper jungle in that engine for the entirety of Cyrodiil
Lost?
would probably be too much for it.
Make this trip every year.
Give me a moment to get my bearings. This wouldn't have happened if we were debating all the time. It distracts me.
Wait, are these the same two that always get lost? I think I had to start a campfire for them before once. Anyway. This zone's quest, though, is a... Well, this DLC's quest, rather, is a continuation of the last one, which is that a lost Daedra has been remembered, kind of rescued, and she is all about changing fates. I'm wondering if this is not a side effect of changing the fate of Cyrodiil to appear as it originally would have, without the intervention. Which it's further muddied because Tiber Septim hasn't even been born yet as of this game, so the fact that it still looks like a grassland has everyone going, what the fuck? It should definitely be a jungle now. Yeah, because Tiber Septim hasn't changed it yet, and I think they were like, oh, well, it retroactively changed. In hell. Okay, whatever. So I fully expect that to get messed with at some point. Where this goes. Presumably into Gold Coast. Ah, yes. Actually goes right here. Outside of Kvatch. Neat. There's one thing about the DLC areas. They do make sure they actually plug in to the rest. So you can just go on these massive trips without fast traveling. And I think there's still a number of places that are not connected, but Cyrodiil doesn't connect to anything. A little bit of timey-wimey shit going on, yeah. A little bit. It's kind of unfortunate that Cyrodiil is still just a PvP area. So it's not... I mean, it's explorable. There's quests to do there, but there's also mass PvP breaking out, so good luck getting shit done. But hopefully, as they add this, I don't know, Westweald and Craglorn look like they might share a road. Where does this go? No, doesn't share a road. That's a shame. So yeah, we still can't... Apparently we still cannot walk from one alliance to another. Now you can take boats, but those are basically just, you know, talk to an NPC and make a choice and you're teleported. But it would be really nice if, someday it was complete enough that we could just walk across the whole... That's one thing that Lotro did nail. Yeah, there are just quests everywhere.
We're done here. Agreed, you arse.
Here for his bones. Fine.
Oh, that went well. I did enough side quests. Get back here. I swear that load times have gotten much better. Any vendor.
The new forest worries me. Nothing natural ever grew that quickly.
It's those wood elves. Valenwood is trying to annex territory that is rightfully ours.
Maybe. But the wood elves of Vashabar claim their intentions are peaceful.
I like how they're both kind of right.
What manner of creature are you?
Oh shit, I can't use this, Oh no. I can't interact with these people.
Leave now.
I'm too monstrous, they won't talk to me. Because I'm a phase 4 vampire. Okay, plan B. Ah, fuck. That far out? Okay. Thankfully, outlaws don't give a fuck about vampires. I don't know why. But they don't care. I mean, really, I should just be thankful that the guards don't attack you on sight. Yeah. They don't care. Also, guards are invincible, unfortunately. Actually, I don't think they're invincible. They're just really hard to kill, and there's no point. And they hit really hard. Oh, shit, are they? No, there's one outside, too. But the guards are more for, murderers and thieves. Unless you let loose some vampiric abilities. They don't like it when you do that. Like, if you fuck up and use your vampire ultimate in the middle of town, yeah, they're gonna be mad. Oh, I bet it's under the bridge. Oh. Okay, well, that's not... It's hidden, but it's not that hidden. So every town has an outlaw refuge, which is conveniently marked on your map. I don't know why. It'd be so much nicer if they weren't.
These are my kind of people.
And you actually had to, like, discover where they are, like, looking for the signs and stuff. That'd be so much cooler. Now, this character, I believe, is not part of any of the guild. I'm in the Dark Brotherhood. Okay. I should do some Dark Brotherhood quests. I haven't done that for a bit. Dark Brotherhood's interesting. They will give you a mark, and you have to figure out how to take them out. Which, as a vampire, is very easy for me to do.
Perhaps you need someone to lift a burden from you? Perhaps you need someone...
Actually, I don't think you're going to be able to take my stuff. Yeah, I have nothing stolen, so you want nothing of mine. Okay. Someone in here... trade with me. Also, every one of these outlaw refuges are unique. Like, they kind of look similar, but...
Commerce such as mine relies on trust from both the sellers and the purchaser.
Damn it, this is a guild vendor.
Honesty is the best policy.
Banker has a store? I don't... Pixel Pockets. Good Argonian name. There we go.
Oh, I left Morrowind with empty pockets and grand ambitions. Look around. You can see how far that took me.
So every one of these NPCs is unique. And every town in the game has an outlaw refuge. So every outlaw refuge is different. Every outlaw refuge has different NPCs, which means every NPC has different dialogue.
Drafts.
More than one.
Lockpicks. The coin you spend today is just a small investment to secure the trove you'll find tomorrow. I suppose I'm a terrible disappointment to my ancestors. Well, they're not here, but you are. What do you need?
Yeah, so it looks like it's 3 different things they'll say.
Pockets and grand ambitions. Look around.
And that's just a merchant.
You can see how far that took me.
They all have lines. They're all, like, fully realized. This game has got budget. Yes. This game makes me mad at Squaresoft. Because, Dynamax, they get... Hold on, I need to check this again, because it was in the news recently. Let's see. Elder Scrolls Online has been generating $15 million in monthly revenue for over a decade. Just think about that for a second. $15 million every month. 14, I don't think we know. Yeah, all we have are the subscription costs. We don't know how much they're making. I will say this, 14 has more players, and 14 requires a subscription, where ESO does not. Now, ESO has a cash shop, which I'm sure some people are wailing like motherfuckers, which you don't need to. If you just sub for a bit, you have more points than you need. I got like 30k right now. But yeah, ZeniMax takes this money and actually spends it on ESO. As such, every NPC is voiced. If you can talk to them, they they have a voice. They have multiple things they'll say usually. There are people in the streets that are just randomly talking to each other. Yes, this game is raking in the cash. This game is the reason why they haven't really rushed to make Elder Scrolls 6. It's the same reason why we haven't seen Grand Theft Auto 6. Because, I mean, I don't know if they've said, let's see here, well, revenue is probably a better way to put it. Let's see, GTA 5 has generated $8.6 billion in revenue since its release in 2013. The annual revenue comes from in-game purchases and subscriptions, which account for 78% of Take-Two Interactive's revenue for 2023. Yes. They make absurd money. Absolutely absurd money. In 2016, they were posting that they made over 500 million. Game Pass apparently caused their revenues to go up to 210 million. Oh, that's quarterly. So, times 4. So 840 million per year. And I hate to say it, these are smart decisions that they're making. Because if they put out GTA 6, inevitably people are going to say, oh, I don't like it as much as 5. By putting out a new game, they risk losing money. Because GTA 5 is still the newest GTA. It has been for over a decade, almost a decade and a half now. And GTA Online is always getting updates because they keep putting the money back in. It is a circle of money. $1.4 billion at launch. And online just goes insane. So if this chart is accurate, apparently they've made almost $7 billion according to this guy. I wonder if Sims has public revenue. As of 2019, Sims 4 generated over 1 billion, so I'm sure they're up there now. The real reason EA will never care. Yep. As long as they're making money, they're not going to fix it. They must have had a dip. Well, originally, Sims 4 was a full price game. Now it's on every single subscription thing for free, so... And I know that the base game goes for dirt cheap. So yeah, they're playing the DLC game now. But yeah, either way, you know that Final Fantasy XIV is raking in money. Unfortunately, Final Fantasy XIV is basically keeping Squaresoft afloat as an entire company. Is it actually straight up free? Okay. I had a feeling it was. So, yeah. Absolutely insane amounts of money here. But it's nice to see in a game like ESO, they actually put it into the game. This is not just going into... I mean, partially it is, but it's not like ESO's money went into making Starfield and then disappeared, right? I'm sure Starfield has turned a profit. I'm sure. Sure it has. They expected to make almost $1 billion. Well, no. So the tricky thing with Starfield is it's also making the money for Game Pass subscribers. Like, people subscribe just for that. So Microsoft made a bunch of money. It's actually very difficult to tell how much they cleared by, but they'll be fine. They'll be fine. It's not like with Square, where... Hold on. I know I keep it open, but... So Final Fantasy VII Rebirth had a budget of $300 million, apparently. So saying it didn't meet expectations, that doesn't mean shit, but I don't know if they've actually gone and said how much they've actually made. But the trick is they spent $300 million on a game that did not sell as well as they were hoping, mainly because not many people have PS5 still. I mean, I got one just for that game because I'm stupid. That's the only reason I did, because I'm a moron. A lot of people are smarter than me and do not have a PS5. Now, when this game hits PC, yeah, they'll see another bump in sales. The problem is, it's now old news. Everyone that cares about this game has probably already seen the plot. They know what the story is. They've seen the gameplay. They'll be on to playing whatever the new stuff actually is. So the initial sales burst of this is past. This is not a live service game, so it's not like they're getting any kind of continuing revenue. So, yeah. Yeah. Money. It's all about money, sadly, but it's very important. Factoring.
Perhaps you came to do some business? Or are you just a spy for Count Calantius? They're all around. I think that server next door is one of them. Too honest. You can't be that honest in a place like this.
And see, even just this... Yeah, 16 just dropped on Steam. But 16 also did not sell as well as they were hoping, I'm sure. Because it was only on PS5 for the longest time. But, again, anyone that really cared about Final Fantasy 16 already knows about the game. Because they probably watched streams of it or saw videos of it. And it's old news. I mean, they'll get sales, but not the kind of sales they would have if 16 also launched on PC. But yeah, this line of dialogue, though, I mean, like, yeah, you just sit here and think about it. It's like, this is a specific line of dialogue for not only just this zone, because he's name-dropping an NPC, but also where he is, which is the Outlaws' Refuge in this specific city. And I'm sure he's got multiple lines.
Who are you? What do you want? Oh, perhaps need someone to hold something for you. I can do that, provided you're the trustworthy type.
And somehow, this game feels like it has more voice acting, like more voice actors than Skyrim did. Skyrim was notorious for having like the same few voice actors for all these different characters.
Who are you? What do you want?
That's the same.
Perhaps you came to do something.
Yeah, that's the same.
Who are you?
Maybe he just has 2 lines. That's weird. But still, the amount of work and effort that goes into this game is kind of staggering.
Always know your escape route before you start making trouble. Always. No quicker way to a Legion sword point than a bad plan and a dead end.
And this is just a random dude. I don't think this guy has a quest attached to him. But, again, you have specific dialogue about, you know, the Legion, because we're in Imperial area here.
I once honed my axe so fine, I sliced a man's hand off, and he didn't even notice. It's true. That's what good blade maintenance will get you.
I mean, you can just walk around in this game talking to NPCs, looking for little nuggets like that.
Think of us as Skingrads lost and found. You find it, and we hope you lose it again. Works out well for both of us, eh?
Yeah, there's a lot in this game that, you know, I will admit, I like a lot of parts of this game more than 14. Like, for one, I mean, just look at the characters, right? This character that I'm playing right now, you know what this character is all about. She's about opening fucking veins and taking a drink, right? Like, you look at this and go, yeah, that looks like a vampire knight. Sure, yeah, makes sense. Abilities match, all of that stuff. You know, my thief character looks like a thief. There's a whole playstyle around it. Then there's my 14 character, who looks like whatever job she currently has equipped. What does that character do in her off time? Even I don't know. This character? Yeah, I know exactly what she's doing when she's got a free minute. She's looking for people that have wandered off alone. So's the thief, but for different reasons. And there's a lot of 14 that I do like, but yeah, Warrior of Light doesn't have off time. Like, you log off your Warrior of Light, they just stand there, motionless, until you log back in. That's what's happening in my head. This character has shit to do. Like, I even feel like the companions have, like, lives that they're leading when you're not running around with them.
Traveler, do you know what happened to the cohort at Rustwall?
Funny thing, I'm going to Rustwall. Let's see what's going on.
A moment, Traveler. A detachment of legionaries should be roaming the grounds of Rustwall. We came to meet them, but we can't find a soul. No legionaries, no servants, not even a gardener. I'm at a loss as to what has become of them.
Why would you expect legionaries at an estate?
My commanding officer, Tribune Alea Idolus, sent a cohort to guard Rustwall. With the recent troubles plaguing the Weald, she didn't want to chance an enemy gaining a foothold this close to Skingrad. But we arrived to find not a single legionary.
Were they attacked?
The Tribune and I didn't see any signs of combat. Just an empty courtyard. She ordered me to do one more sweep of the area and then report back to Skingrad, but I hate the idea of leaving her here alone. Will you aid Tribune Alea in her search?
Sounds like the Rapture. Yeah, I'll help.
Look for Tribune Alea.
She's alone, you say?
In the courtyard. Know that the Tribune can be somewhat...
You wearing armor on her neck by any chance?
And I'm sure she'll pay you for any aid you provide. The Legion hires mercenaries all the time.
Anything I should know about the Rustwall estate?
Count Calantius of Skingrad owns the estate. Uses it when he needs a break from the politics of his court. I think he lets visiting dignitaries stay here too. All I know for sure is that I was sent to meet the cohort here, but I can't find them.
Tell me about the Imperial Legion. What the fuck? Why not?
The Imperial Legion protected the Empire when there was still an Empire to protect. With those three pretenders fighting over the Ruby Throne in Cyrodiil, the Westweald Legion primarily defends Skingrad and its vassals. I'm proud to serve.
About Alea?
The Tribune is one of our best officers. I've served with her since before Clivia Tharn took the throne. We mostly attend...
Oh yeah, Clivia Tharn. Holy shit, I forgot about her.
Her methods occasionally stray from standard Legion protocol. She always achieves results.
Wait, what's wrong with her methods?
The Legion thrives on order, hierarchy. That's what keeps it functioning among the chaos. Tribune Alea practices a looser approach on the battlefield. Never mind, it's inappropriate for me to criticize my Tribune. To a stranger, no less.
So, Clivia Tharn, I'm not not sure. I think she might still be Empress. So the whole thing of this period of the Elder Scrolls is that the Emperor's dead, and everyone is making a grab for the Imperial throne. Olivia Thorne is a relative of some sort of the Thorne family. One of the Thorns is a primary antagonist in the vanilla story of this game. They are mostly known, or a few thousand years later, having Yeagar Thorne, the former Imperial battle mage, be the first antagonist of the first Elder Scrolls game. He's the one who initially banishes the Emperor into oblivion and takes his place for like 10 years or some, while you're running around doing quests to depose him. So the Thorns actually have a long history of grabbing the throne. The fun thing is, in PvP, I don't remember exactly how you do this, but in the PvP, if you top the ranks or whatever, or the leaderboards or something, you can actually become Emperor. And once you have the title of Emperor, you have it forever. So in PvP, it is common for people just to go nuts to try and make Emperor once, so that they always have the title. So there are just hundreds, if not thousands by now, of players who can legit claim, oh no, I'm the Emperor. No, I'm the Emperor. And it works, because that is the state of disarray that the Empire is in right now. Is it like, if you just go and beat enough ass, you too can be crowned Emperor or Empress. It's just that easy.
Look around. No people. Strange, right? I detached an entire Legion cohort to guard this estate, but I haven't found a single legionary. Not even a servant. What's your story? Do you know what happened to my legionaries?
No. I was told you need help finding them.
I remember when the Legion didn't have to rely on mercenaries. Still, I'd appreciate the help. Until I find my cohort or the missing servants, I have to assume Skingrad's in danger. I can't abide that. Assist me, and I'll see you well paid.
Alrighty then.
I hereby designate you a temporary agent of the Westweald Legion. Just until we find my soldiers. We'll search the manor house first. I'll meet you inside. Keep your eyes open, comrade. We don't know what happened here.
I think this vampire will make an excellent legionnaire. What should I know about the estate?
Well, it's usually a lot more lively. When Count Calantius isn't in residence, or it isn't filled with visiting dignitaries, there's still the entire household staff. But so far, I haven't found a soul. No signs of a battle or struggle yet, either.
Count Calantius.
Count Calantius governs Westweald from the city of Skingrad. He's a shrewd leader. When dignitaries visit Skingrad, the Count offers them use of the Rustwall Manor House. It's the Count's way of, oh, how did he put it? Encouraging positive outcomes?
And a Legion cohort here because of that?
I sent my Legion cohort here. The best soldiers in the Weald. The estate's proximity to the city makes it strategically important. I wanted to make sure we weren't surprised from this direction. But something happened here. We need to find out what.
Who are you?
I suppose introductions are in order. I am Tribune Alea Idolus of the Westweald Legion, Marshal to Count Calantius, daughter of Quatrius Idolus, Knight of Colovia.
Lovely titles.
I know, but I enjoy reciting my entire pedigree from time to time.
Man, I don't want to know all. Alright, great. Let's investigate. Why is that thing just crawling around out here?
seems everyone left in a hurry. Take a look around. Someone attacked the servant this belonged to.
I actually do like the first. Well, I wish you could see your feet. That always bugs me in first. Hey, it's not stealing if I take stuff from here. No. I found all the loot.
Servants light this when there's danger, to warn others away.
I mean, what do they light when they need light? Whatever. I do wish the game was a bit more playable. It's just, it was not made for. But they knew people would riot if they didn't have a proper fruit. The hell? Is that an electric lamp? How the hell is it still on? Tribune Alea Idolus. My apologies if I skip the respectful pleasantries. Rustwall's in great danger, and I have little time to waste. The legionnaires you stationed here have vanished along with most of my staff. What began as a full legion cohort has mysteriously dwindled to fewer than 10 soldiers, including Captain Laronus. No one knows what has become of them. The remaining staff is close to panic. We're evidently under attack by an unknown and so far unseen force. Unseen, huh? Captain Laronus has a plan. We're to hide in the...
The captain planned to hide, but where?
I like that he took the time to have a little dash at the end when he was interrupted.
Meet me at the barracks on the south side of the estate.
Yeah, that's another bit of budget there, right? Oops. Like, you can see your hands. Like, when you open doors, like, you actually push it open. When you pick things up, you actually reach down and grab things. Like, there's animations for everything you do in first person, and they know full well most people will not play like this. But it's there.
Back here, comrade. I found Captain Laronus.
On top of that, every single hand model, every piece of armor, every costume that works with a hand has to be represented in first-person view. That's a ton of work. This game is ridiculous when you think about how much work went into it. And then you see the jank-ass combat and go, what the hell? Rifle through stuff. Sometimes you'll find good things. Looking for clues, honest. Also on launch, could not find random loot. Really? Guess what? What? Spriggan butt. Excellent. Then it goes on about Sprig. But yeah, when the game first came out, you could not search for items. There was no randomized loot like that. people were furious because they were like, dude, that's part of Elder Scrolls at this point. What are you guys doing? And there, I found a design for a Khajiit vase. Oh yeah. Probably never make it, but I now have the design plans for it. I can steal some sweet rolls. Finally. Captain Loronis, damned if your suspicions weren't true. Found a pile of bloodied armor buried in the forest. Your legionaries aren't deserting. Someone is killing them. Staff knows how to take refuge in the catacombs during an attack. They'll be safe until you give the all-clear. I have the only key, so let me know when you're ready. Stay safe, Captain. Groundskeeper Gaius.
The servants are hiding in the catacombs. Let's talk. The bloody clothes and the warning candles suggest someone or something attacked Rustwall. And we know Captain Loronis was working on a plan. I hope to find him alive, but the letter from the groundskeeper tells us more than we knew before.
It's just they're hiding in the catacombs. She just said this.
Not as grim as it sounds. The Count ordered the catacombs converted into a shelter a while back. He wanted a place for anyone in residence to hide should war sweep over Colovia. Let's hope the rest of the cohort and the servants are safe and secure.
Apparently Gaius has the only key.
Groundskeeper Gaius is a tough old hedge snipper. We need to find him and get his key to open the catacombs. Then we can see how much of the cohort and household staff survived whatever happened here. Let's check Gaius's home first. Groundskeeper Gaius's home is just down the hill to the east. Whether he's there or not, we need to find that key.
Did Loronis serve with you for long?
We fought side by side.
Probably because it's only one way in, one way out.
Brave, but
is my guess.
Always took every engagement seriously. A lot of soldiers would be dead right now if not for him. When I received command of the cohort, I requested he...
I mean, undead is always a problem, I guess. What's the difference between a tribune and a captain?
About 3 rungs on the command ladder hierarchy. I lead the cohort, but Captain Loronis usually served as our field commander. While I handled strategy and logistics details, he oversaw the forces on the ground. Whatever killed him will pay.
Even the first-person camera is really good. Like, when you move, you can see your head moving. Like, there's a sense of momentum to it. There's dedicated first-person games that don't get this right. And it doesn't happen in third-person. It is a very specific first-person effect.
Gaius? Are you here? It's Tribune Alea.
Tribune? Thank the divines. Are they gone?
Who, Gaius? Who attacked Rustwall?
I'm glad to see Tribune Alea, but she certainly took her sweet time. We've had all sorts of problems here. Did you bring reinforcements? Captain Loronis sent the remaining legionaries and staff into the catacombs. Then he was going to call for help.
This is like right outside the town. I'm kind of surprised no one knows what's going on. Loronis is dead. We're the only reinforcements.
Dead? Damn shame. He was tolerable as far as Legion officers go. He had a good plan, too. While he hid everyone who was left in the catacombs, I was to keep watch until help arrived. I even stashed the key in a safe place in case the enemy found me.
So what happened to the legionaries who disappeared?
It had to be some sort of enemy army, but all I ever saw were a few wood elves sneaking around the grounds.
Uh-oh.
We need to let everyone in the catacombs know it's safe to come out. Can you go retrieve the key and take care of that?
Yeah, right. Where'd you hide it?
I stashed the key inside the old statue in the garden. Don't worry, I'll draw you a map. Just be careful wandering in the garden. We've had an infestation of odd bugs recently. Odd and dangerous.
So what led up to everyone fleeing?
When the legionaries showed up, we felt a lot safer. A little security in these troubled times. Then, one by one, soldiers started disappearing. We weren't sure if they were deserting or what. Then, I found the bloody legionary armor. Captain Laronas suspected an enemy was picking the cohort off one by one. He expected a full-scale attack, so he sent the staff into the catacombs with the remaining legionaries to protect them. I hid here until you and the Tribune showed up.
What's that about wood elves?
Other than the wood elves I spotted sneaking around, we never saw the enemy. And the only evidence of foul play was the bloody armor I found. Captain Laronas assumed it was brigands looking to rob the estate. But would brigands challenge a cohort?
How long you been here?
I've been supervising the outdoor staff since Leovic was a cub. Gardeners, masons, they all answer to me. No easy job, especially when we're all frightened out of our wits. I know Rustwall inside and out. Made it easy to find a spot to hide my key.
Map. Oh, he's making it. Actually taking the time to have him animate drawing on the map.
Grab the map and let's go. We need that key.
Wasn't the best animation, but at least it was there. Oh my god. I'm sorry. He clearly had a quill. There is no way he drew this. He just did this in like, what, 3 seconds? Alright, that's cracking me up. I mean, he sat there and made sure to, like, color the trees in. Even used a different color for the one. That might be important. I don't know. Made sure he colored the one house yellow, and one has a green roof. Like,
I know Rustwall's grounds like the back of my hand.
I was hoping we could talk about the map.
Goes right where I hid the key. I'll stay here and continue to watch, just like Captain Laronas told me to do.
Let's see if we can't figure this out.
The gardens are just east of here, down the hill.
Right on down the hill.
The Rustwall Gardens. Our map indicates a spot on the western side.
I'm glad this Legionnaire doesn't care that I'm using vampire abilities. That would be awkward. Holy shit, why did she just fire at that thing? Oh, actually, she fired it at me. What is... That's a big ass... Whoa! Oh, she's using custom shit. That makes sense, because that was what they added this expansion. Yeah, she has custom abilities.
What drove them to the surface?
But I say, I've never seen these effects.
Time to bring the lightning!
That's the statue marked on the map. Search for the hidden key.
Oh, that's the statue.
That's the key. Now let's go open the catacombs. The door is across from the barracks.
Wow, these are all new players. All new characters. Level 3, level 3, level 5. Then I'm out here, effectively like, what, level 800 and some nonsense.
Take off.
How you doing, Sumner?
Nerevar, my old friend.
This isn't the chum bucket.
God, you just now got home? Fuck. And make sure you are doing whatever you need to take care of yourself during all this.
Move out. We need to find my cohort. Look, down there.
25 pallets, damn.
Still no sign of the escaped legionary, Shard Marshal.
No matter, more of our forces will come through soon.
As you say, Shard Marshal Vargas, we have more than enough weapons now.
That wood elf, he's with the Recollection. And he's taking orders from a Dremora? What's going on here?
We remember, we recall.
Charged like 2 different things I didn't try to attack.
Dignitaries who took refuge here. Not for these Recollection bastards. Dremora giving orders? They called for Shard Marshal Vargas. And those wood elves? They're part of that Recollection cult that's been spotted in the area. We need more information, comrade. Let's press on.
Hey, over by the gate.
By my sword, a legionary. Report, soldier.
Hate to bring bad news to the Tribune, but I'm the only member of the cohort left. Those Recollection zealots killed legionaries guarding the estate until we sent whoever remained down here. That's when we walked right into the Daedra's clutches.
How did you survive?
I got lucky. I fell behind to adjust a loose bootstrap. When I heard the attack start, I slipped into the shadows and have been running ever since. Look, the Daedra have a portal. They're filling the catacombs with Daedric forces to attack Skingrad.
Right, where's the portal?
It's in the ruins, down in the deepest part of the catacombs.
Of course.
Two magical anchor things keep it open. Tribune Alea is strong, and you look like you can handle yourself. While the Recollection hunts me, you need to destroy that portal.
And how do we find it?
Go east, and you'll find where the Daedra dug up from below. Drop down and keep going east. You'll know the portal when you see it. Break those anchors, and I bet the portal closes. I'll try and lead the Recollection away, and then find you down there.
You're sure no one else survived?
Almost positive. The Recollection swarmed the remaining cohort and the servants we were protecting. They worked fast. It was a slaughter. I'm lucky I lagged behind, or they would have fallen on me too. I managed to pull a few servants away, but...
But?
They weren't soldiers. No one trained them for any of this. I can't blame them for making too much noise, or being too slow with the blade. I tried to keep them safe, but it wasn't long before I was on my own.
Legionary Capio is right. We need to shut down that portal.
Okie dokie.
Down into the ruins. We've got to close that portal.
Oh shit.
Said the Daedric portal was to the east.
I was supposed to go... Oh, there's a ladder. No. Oh, for... Anyway. There's an Empress. And all that means is that they were racking up kills in PvP at one point. Fancy.
The portal! Destroy the anchors, comrade!
Defend the anchors! Maintain
I pulled out my trusty hammer.
That was just embarrassing.
Retreat!
That closed the portal. Good work.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can actually feel good about what you did today.
This way, Tribune. Follow the tracks.
Over here, comrade. Let's talk. My cohort almost completely destroyed. The Rustwall staff almost all dead. Even Shard Marshal Vargas managed to slip from our grasp. While we closed the portal and saved Skingrad, it feels like we failed, comrade.
Oh, there's something bigger going on. I'm here to investigate a disturbance and fate.
The threads of fate? That sounds ominous. But after what we saw down there, I'll keep an open mind. We learned that the Recollection cult is working with Daedra and taking orders from Shard Marshal Vargas. They got damn close to invading Skingrad.
So right here's done, huh?
With the portal closed and the Daedra on the run, the remaining Recollection forces aren't enough to threaten Skingrad. But I'll get the Legion to send more soldiers, just in case. Here.
How dead am I?
The pay I promised. The Legion always makes good on its debts.
Oh my god, I can't even hear her right.
Consider your temporary commission.
I don't think it'll kill me.
Comrade. Though I'd love to have you permanently assigned to my cohort. I plan to continue to look into the Recollection and Shard Marshal Vargas. I hear there's a wood elf in Skingrad doing the same.
I mean, Baragon? We fought the Recollection at Osmir. This is one of the things I love, too. it keeps track of which parts of this you've done. Because they send you to do 3 things at once. But if you've already done part of it, you can even mention it. Like, yeah, no, we totally did that. Oh, I healed. I must be stage 3 now instead of 4. So I have vampiric abilities running that are just constantly draining health. I kind of forgot to turn it off. In the old days, that would have just killed me. And normally, like if I was still at phase 4 vampirism, I wouldn't be able to heal from it unless I used an ability. So the fact that it went away means I must be phase 3 or less. Which means I need to go and find a meal. We fought the recollection.
You're a step ahead of me, comrade. I hadn't heard about recent trouble at that poor town. Not since the new forest overwhelmed it. As soon as I can, I plan to pay this Baragon a visit. Compare notes. Maybe I'll see you there.
She's gonna be around for a while. What are you gonna do about the remaining Daedra?
I'll send for more legionaries to clear them out. As many as we can spare. With the portal closed and Shard Marshal Vargas on the run, they shouldn't pose too much of a problem.
We pretty much fixed what was going on with the town. Well, not really. But we found the reason why the forest suddenly sprang up, and it was because of Wood Elf revolutionaries, basically. They planted a strange seed of some kind that caused the forest to spring up. So what happens at Russell Estate?
That's up to Count Calantius. I'll advise him to keep legionaries at the estate even when no dignitaries are present. Problem is, we don't have many left to allocate here.
The ones you had to go to before...
The Legion is...
Oh, go to the Outlaws? Wait, no, yeah, the town that was, overrun by the forest, right? There's only 2 towns in this area. Oh, no. I couldn't... That's true, I could actually now. I don't need to. It's just I was trying to get my gear fixed, and no one would talk to me because I was stage 4. And, like, they take one look at you and go, I am not dealing with you. It's only vendors that do that. Quest NPCs, regular NPCs, they don't care. But, vendors, no. They will not deal with you. It's part of the trade-off. But it is temporary, so it doesn't matter too much. And also, if you ever really need to go down in phase... Yeah, I'm stage 3 now. Which... She'll stop looking that way. You can see that she's a little less fucked up looking. The fun thing about this character is she was already fucked up looking. Even when she's not a vampire. Her face is already scarred because of the stuff I picked in character creation. In fact, this whole side of her body is like horribly scarred. It looks awesome. But I noticed that with vampirism, it makes the scarred area look even worse. It's kind of awesome. I don't know if it was intended that way, or like if someone just went, oh yeah, no, we're gonna make sure this one's custom. Again, just tons of work in this. But, if I ever absolutely need, deal with someone in a town, where it should have it. Uh-oh. I had it. I need to get more. There's like a blood wine or something. I forget what it is. But it'll actually set you closer to being human. There it is. Purifying Bloody Mara. I have 99 of them. So yeah. Yeah. So if I absolutely have to, and this is this is kind of a cheap way out, but in case you want to, like, say, I don't know, tank a dungeon, and you don't want all the bad sides of vampirism, you can totally do it, because, I mean, it causes your flame damage to go up, which Dark Elf is okay with that, because they already have innate resistance to fire. Not enough to make up for it, but it helps. Find the stats here. Yeah, my fire resistance is still actually the highest. Like, resist that I have, despite having 13% more damage taken. So, yeah. It's fine. That's two parts of this. But yeah, I actually kind of miss when Vampiric Frenzy would... Man, it would drop you in seconds. You had to constantly counteract it, and it got worse with every second. It made you so fucking strong. Like, the closest thing I can compare it to is old Darkseid from Dark Knight in 14. Except instead of MP, it drains your hit point. Which Square has gone on record saying they will not have a tank who can spend their own hit points like that. Which is a shame. Let's see. Around where I have to... I can go around. They can, but they probably... I mean, they already retconned, if you want to call it that, they already retconned Dark Knight into what it is now. Dark Knight used to be fully capable of screwing itself over if you weren't careful with Darkseid. Because Darkseid in the other games has always been, you know, sacrifice health for awesome thing. And their design philosophy is that a tank should never give up health. Although, it kind of does with, Living Dead, so... Or Super Bolide. Wait, can I feed on a cow? I don't think I can. No. Not letting me. Now this guy, on the other hand... Later. I would have just been impressed if, it let you do that as far as animations go. I don't think you can feed on guards either. I just have to be careful because it's the same button to do Blade of Woe, which is the Dark Brotherhood quest. Or Dark Brotherhood ability. Chew is an instant kill, but you don't feed from it.
Move along. This doesn't concern you.
Yeah, that is like a constant thing. Wait, who the fuck's the Dark Company? When you say this doesn't concern...
Don't come any closer.
I'm gonna come closer, bitch. What are you gonna do about it? Hey, like that shit? Like that? All glowing and dark and see-through and bloody. Not touching you, is this bothering you? They are attackable.
Move along. This doesn't concern you.
Fuck it. Let's see if this gets me a bounty. Doesn't look like it.
Can you untie me, please?
No. Just kidding. That'd be good, though.
They captured me and were taking me to Fort Colovia. Thank you.
Who? I have no idea if I just did a good or bad. This is part of the fun of not being a good guy. You can be an absolute piece of shit in this. Just mass murdering scum. Kinda great.
Batu! Oh, where has that dog gone? Excuse my shouting, traveler. You wouldn't happen to have seen a dog running around? Large, fluffy, carrying a very important estate-defining scroll in his mouth?
Why's your dog got a scroll?
Oh, it's a tiring ordeal. I'm visiting Westweald to execute the will of my late aunt, Lady Weatherly. The will my aunt's beloved dog Betu currently has in his slobbery little mouth. No thanks to Lady Weatherly's investigator friend.
Investigator, huh?
Yes, one Mizik Thunderboots. It seems
Wait.
he and my aunt are old friends. And he
That name is familiar.
can execute her will. I've had my fill, but you're welcome to lend him a hand. In fact, I can offer you a tidy sum if you can help move things along.
I'll speak with, Mr. Thunderboots.
You can find Mizik just down the road, searching the Weatherly estate for Betu. He has quite a distinct look. You can't miss him. Khajiit wearing a broad-brimmed hat and big, heavy boots. Quite the flair for the dramatic, if you ask me.
Tell me about your aunt, I guess.
My dear aunt suffered a terrible fall in her library. It's tragic. She certainly had many more years ahead of her. Now those she left behind are trying to piece together her final wishes. Even her son deigned to return.
What do you mean?
I shouldn't be so flippant with my family's drama. Uriel, my cousin, disappeared years ago. My aunt believed he died in Varen's revolt. Yet, here he is. Something doesn't seem right. But I'll leave the speculation to the investigator.
Tell me about that investigator.
One Mizik Thunderboots. It's an odd name for an investigator, don't you think? Doesn't inspire a sense of discretion. Although, if what he says is true, he knew my aunt. If she trusted him, then so can I.
That's over here. I mean, I know I'm supposed to be tracking down this Daedra and all. I mean, gotta get off her ass and find that fucking dog. Oh shit. And jackals? The fuck? That's a new one.
It seems Mizik has been fooled by a four-legged escape artist. Ah, greetings, traveler. Perhaps you can help me. Careful now. A cunning and foul beast has made off with an important document and played Mizik for a fool. Perhaps you can help retrieve it?
I'm here for.
Ah, a wonderful idea from dear Aquilia. This one fears there is more afoot to Lady Weatherly's death. But our first clue is currently in the jowls of a dog. A hairy, stinky thing. Betu is the beast's name, though this one calls him Headache.
So you're investigating the death, then?
Oh, yes. Helping with the will is a cover. Not only was her death sudden and mysterious, but now her fortune is missing, and her long-lost son has returned. A great many threads for one's claws to get tangled in.
Fortune and a long-lost son, huh?
Yes, yes. Aquilia wishes the question of inheritance be conclusively answered before it becomes fodder for the gossips. Now, dear Aid, we must find Betu. This one has already found his tracks. Let us crouch down and follow his trail.
I'm gonna be really good at this because I move at full speed while crouching. Now we're all just crouching together. Bunch of jackass.
More tracks. The dog definitely went this way.
I don't know what you're playing at, but you were a fool to come here.
There's Lady Belena and her husband Uriel, our once long-lost son.
Be angry all you want, dear wife, but don't cause a scene. I'm here to stay.
Fine. Then you can help deal with your cousin and that inane investigator. Now, where could that mangy dog have gotten off to?
There's Betu. Quick, grab the wheel while he is occupied. Quickly, grab the wheel.
Not now, Betu. Away with you.
Yoink.
With the wheel secured, let us speak with Daedric.
Betu's always been an incorrigible sort. Best not to let him walk all over you. Apologies. I should introduce myself. My name is Daedric Brusner. I was Lady Weatherly's cook. Terrible thing, her death. Beyond compare.
You were close, huh?
Yes, terribly so. I've been in her employ for what feels like ages, which is why I hope you'll listen when I say you must leave the estate. I fear what happened to our dear lady could happen to you.
Why would that be?
Chefs are privy to more than just their employer's favorite dishes. Lady Weatherly hasn't been the same since her son's disappearance, and I'm not the only one to take notice. Fruit flies buzz around the sweetest fruit, after all.
So do you know what happened?
I can't say anymore. I only came to pay my respects and to leave this place behind. If I were you, I would stay far away from that manor before that investigator digs up something horrible.
It sounds like it's about time to start breaking kneecaps.
It seems the cook knows more than he is willing to let on. How very curious. Mizik will have to make note of this. At least this confirms that the residents of the estate are keeping their secrets close to their chests.
So who all's involved?
Yes, of course. Along with the cook, there's Otho Florius, the gardener. Then, of course, Lady Weatherly's missing son himself, Uriel, back from the dead. And his wife, Helena, who has long lived at the estate with Lady Weatherly.
Uriel came back after his mother's death, huh?
Convenient, yes? Many questions surround Uriel's sudden return. And it should be noted that Helena seems none too pleased about it. Mizik has, of course, investigated a number of failed marriages, but this seems different. Ah, what of the will?
Right here.
Yeah, excellent. The seal is still intact. We should return to the manor now that we've secured the will. I am certain our roosting vultures are keen to hear what it has to say. Meet Mizik by the manor house when you are ready to meet the others.
Didn't think this would be a whole, murder investigation, but fuck it. This has to be the last person you would want to come in and be like, I'm here to investigate a murder.
Yes.
It might be yours.
It is returned and intact, thanks to my assistant.
Well, let's get this over with. Read it aloud, Mizik.
Yes, of course. Weatherly's walls hide a glittering secret, safely guarded by 4 loyal paws. Do not worry. Mizik and his assistant will get to the bottom of this.
I'm sorry. Is that a riddle?
This must be some sort of joke.
There he is. My faithful Fred.
Oh!
Strange. Betu doesn't seem too fond of you, cousin.
It's not him.
Nonsense. I'm sure Betu just needs time to remember me. Isn't that right, boy?
Feel free to speak with the others, but join me in the study when you are ready.
I didn't realize Mizik had an assistant. A pleasure to meet you.
Damn. What's wrong with your face?
You will find time to enjoy the estate grounds. It's beautiful this time of year. A small blessing while we grieve.
Yeah, be happy to be back home.
Happy doesn't do the feeling justice. Ecstatic, overjoyed, yet still burdened by Mother's passing and the horrors of battle. But being surrounded by loved ones has been a major boon.
All this waiting, and for what? A riddle. It's absurd. The sooner you and Mizik solve this riddle, the sooner our family can move on from this nonsense. To think we haven't even had a chance to celebrate Uriel's return.
What were you guys arguing about?
How embarrassing. You overheard that. Tensions have been high since his mother's passing. There are certain adjustments we've both had to make. Nothing some restful sleep can't solve.
It seems I was right to ask for your help. Despite the mysterious contents of the will, this is the most progress we've made all day. I trust you and Mizik will see things through, and we can proceed with this unpleasant business.
Were you close to her?
Fairly. Though I wish I had made more of an effort to visit. I spent many summers here when I was younger, but school and then my position kept me away for far too long. She was kind, generous. Her loss outweighs any treasure we might find.
I'm Otho, the gardener. Betu must like you.
Damn, them chops.
He's a good judge of character, you know. Lady Weatherly loved him dearly. I worry about what will become of him when all is said and done.
So what were you and Edric arguing about?
Daedric is making a bit of a fool of himself. It pains me to see him this way. I assure you, he's never acted like this before. Perhaps it'd be better if you asked him. He's had a rough go of it.
First person petting.
The estate feels hollow now, without her. And apologies for my appearance. I needed some liquid courage to walk the halls of this corpse. I hope you find who did this. She did not deserve what happened to her.
So you were close?
Closer than most staff are with their lords and ladies, I reckon. I'd worked for her since before young Muriel had even been born. Feels like a lifetime ago. More memories to drown, I suppose.
Why would Lady Weatherly leave a riddle in her will? Perhaps you can make sense of it.
I wouldn't hold my breath.
Could the four paws mean Betu? They certainly are not Mysics. Perhaps we can find a clue here in her study.
There's a bunch of paw prints. My dear son, by many years, a great sum of gold trying to find you. Stubborn as ever, I've been unwilling to accept that you met your end on some distant battlefield. Yet my search to you was secret. I had thought to include Elena, but when I floated the idea, she became angry with me, accused me of chasing ghosts and wasting coin. Perhaps, like me, she's frightened of the truth I've now come to terms with, that you died a pointless death and rest somewhere in an unmarked grave. I take some solace in the memorial Daedric helped me build. You would like it. In a quiet spot where you used to catch torch bugs when you were young.
It seems Lady Weatherly led her own investigation into her son's death.
Dog.
A note peeking out from behind the painting. Excellent eye for detail, friend.
I know how hard it will be to believe a letter with no signature, but I fear for my life as much as I fear for yours. For your trust, I offer you this. Ginseng and cornberry tea brewed with candied rose petals. Someone who cares for you dearly would know your favorite tea. I risk writing this letter because a traitor schemes behind your back. It pains me to say this, but the woman you've cared for may have had a hand in murdering your son. Must meet as soon as possible. I fear we haven't much time. Okay, I just set this up. Let's see if it works. I have to change the volume, though.
Hey guys, do you have any data on some upcoming big bad events?
Thing is laggy as shit. Hold on. This is the problem with a streaming PC. It tends to kind of go to sleep, almost. Frank this.
Who are you? We're the Secret Service. We do money crime like counterfeiting, and sometimes, if we're feeling it, protect the president. What do you mean, sometimes? You ever...
Whoa! We're running like shit. Hold on. Shit like that. Why are you so lagged? Hold on. Hold on, let's try that again. I don't want to crash this thing.
Hey guys, do you have any data on some upcoming big...
Yeah, no, it is running like crap. I'll have to figure out what's going on with that. I will just do it here. I tried.
Hey guys, do you have any data on some
You're loud.
big bad events? Who are you? We're the Secret Service. We do money crime like counterfeiting, and sometimes, if we're feeling it, protect the president. What do you mean sometimes? Have you ever seen a convertible? Yeah. I mean, crazy. Who would have thought it? That must have been the first time that's ever happened to somebody. Franz Ferdinand. Oh, I love that band. Okay. Sup, nerds? We're planning a mind-blowing experience. What days do we have coming up that fall on a Saturday and a Sunday the least in the next 12 years? This is probably going to be a holiday, and I don't want it to mess with my time I already have off. The hell?
Oh, man. I love that band. I'm at my wit's end. I am certain that the cook has started following me around the grounds. It seemed harmless at first, but our chance encounters have grown more numerous, and so have its questions about my late husband's appearance. I do not know what's come over him, but I fear for my safety and yours. I believe it's time we let the cook go. In the process of finding a replacement, just say the word. Lord.
It seems Pelena made her feelings about the cook quite clear to Lady Weatherly. Let Mizik see the note. An anonymous letter warning Lady Weatherly of a traitor. This one wonders if they were able to meet before her death. It paints a disturbing picture of her final moments.
Disturbing.
Mizik was told that Lady Weatherly died alone in her library. But could she have met with a stranger only to become their victim? We must question the family, but do not mention the note.
Okay, why?
Whether this note was sent by the killer or a kind soul close to Lady Weatherly, it confirms one thing, that there is indeed a traitor among us. And with this letter, Mizik can do what he does best. Play cat and mouse.
Guess I'll help. I mean, why I'm doing this, he's the fucking detective.
If you are looking for the stranger who calls himself Uriel, he went to walk the estate grounds with Pelena, and not a moment too soon. I was growing tired of their bickering.
I was going to talk to you.
Of course, though I doubt I'd be of much help. I was tending to affairs in High Isle when I learned of my aunt's death. As her last living blood relative, I saw fit to see to her will, until my cousin's convenient reappearance, of course.
What do you know of her death?
Oh, as I understand it, she fell from her library's ladder while reaching for a book. If she had kept a modest staff on hand, perhaps she could have been saved. But by the time she was found, she had passed.
Found her?
I believe it was one of the estate's remaining workers. Helena would know more. She was here when it happened. Unlike Uriel. I know grief can cloud one's judgment, but is she not at all suspicious of Uriel's story?
Why so suspicious?
I haven't seen Uriel since we were teens, before I was sent to boarding school. And then he left to fight in Varen's revolt 6 years ago. He might share a passing resemblance, even with his scar, but I don't believe he's really Uriel.
Got any proof?
Frustratingly, no. But my aunt spent countless coins searching for Uriel. Even if his story is true, and he lost his memory, she would have found him. I fear Uriel was lost to us in the revolt. And this man is wearing our grief like a disguise.
What does Pelena think?
That's the thing. Since his arrival, Pelena has been both overjoyed and furious. I suppose his return after so long could explain her mixed emotions. But I think she's hiding something. They share terse whispers constantly.
Good to know.
If Aquilia was Lady Weatherly's last living heir, could she have expected to receive the missing fortune? A motive, perhaps.
Damn, what the hell was that outfit? Who are the others? Can't use that tour right now. Well, it's telling me to. Fuck.
How foolish of you to think that I would just disappear.
My love, the investigator returns. We'll continue our discussion later. Apologies. Recent events have been overwhelming, to say the least. I needed some fresh air, and my dear Uriel saw fit to join me. Is there anything I can help you with?
Yeah, what happened to your... were you here when she died?
No, I was not. Lady Weatherly was kind enough to let me live on the estate when Uriel went off to fight. But I often spend my mornings walking through the woods. A ritual that has helped ever since Uriel's death. Absence, I mean.
Come on. Who found the body?
Otho Florius, the gardener, was the one who found her. He was the only one home at the time. Ever since I fired that horrible cook, Otho's been the only remaining staff member tending to the estate.
Fired the cook, huh?
Yes. I caught Edric snooping around my private quarters. Terrible thing, having one's privacy encroached upon. I told him to never return or I'd have Betu chase him out. I admit, I did enjoy striking fear into that sad little man.
So, Betu listens to your commands, huh?
Well enough. He's known me since my courtship years with Uriel. He causes his fair share of mischief, but Lady Weatherly could never bring herself to get rid of him. After all, Betu was her last connection to Uriel.
Kind of mischief.
The dog has a penchant for stealing what isn't his. I usually ask our gardener to wrangle him, but as you can see, he hasn't done a very good job. Of course, now that Lady Weatherly has passed, we can consider alternatives.
Go on then, ask me how I returned. It's the only question anyone seems to have for me. Uriel Weatherly, back from the dead. It's laughable.
I mean, worth asking.
6 years ago, I left to fight in Varen's revolt. I was gravely wounded and left for dead, and would have died, had a caravan of Khajiit not stumbled upon me and taken pity. The Khajiit could heal my wounds, but not my memories. They were lost.
You lost your memories, huh?
Every single one. I rode with the caravan until I was fully healed. It wasn't until we rode into Skingrad that the first slivers of my past began to return. By the time I remembered my name and where I lived, it was too late. Mother was dead.
So now you've got everything back, huh?
Some things, yes. But there are still heavy clouds. For instance, it's clear Mother's riddle was meant for me, but I can't make sense of it. I can only hope your talented investigative skills solve this mystery.
So do you have doubts like Aquila does?
I fear Aquilia has merely succumbed to her own grief, chasing phantasms with bloody daggers. My mother was a wonderful woman who died a simple death. It is sad, but common. You come to understand this when you've been to war.
Would anyone want to hurt your mother?
From what I've been told, my mother lived her final years grieving in isolation. My dear wife Pelena did her best to keep her company, but my mother had no friends or visitors. Aside from the hired help, of course.
Could someone on staff have hurt her?
All this talk of suspects when the woman simply fell. Though I suppose Thunderboots would not be here if the death weren't suspicious. Speak with the staff yourself if you see fit.
Okay.
The gardener found Lady Weatherly's body. We should speak to him next.
There you go, Betu. Baths aren't so bad. Apologies for Betu's earlier mischief. I hope he didn't damage the will. He's normally better behaved, but the lady's passing has certainly got him on edge.
So did you find the body?
Yes. I had taken over kitchen duties while Daedric was away. I was restocking the pantry after returning from the market when I heard a loud crashing noise from the library. I thought Betu might have knocked something over in the library, but when I went to check, the door was blocked by something heavy. By the time I wedged myself through, it was too late.
Ah, so she was dead.
Yes, she was lying on the floor, motionless. One of the ladders had fallen and there were books scattered all around. I can take you to see the library. Everything is as I found it.
Did you see anyone else?
No. Lady Weatherly was the only one in the library. Which is odd, now that I think about it.
Why would that be weird?
Betu is usually plastered to the lady's side, but he wasn't in the library. He was shut up in Pelena's room. I wonder why she would have put him there.
Good for Pelena. Anyone who would want to hurt her.
Well, Pelena keeps going on about Daedric, our cook. She says he was acting suspiciously leading up to her death. But for what it's worth, I find him to be kind. He may be able to shed more light on that situation himself.
Sounds like he's a scapegoat.
Don't learn anything from those scheming charlatans, that's for sure. Lost memories, please. Children can weave better stories than that drivel. I'll say it again, stranger. You should leave this place. Nothing but rotten memories.
He has the same scar that Pelena does. Present the day that she died?
No. Lady Pelena had all but run me out by then. Lady Weatherly couldn't bring herself to fire me, but I thought some time away would do us all some good. Worst decision of my life, I tell you that.
Why would she run you out?
It's my own fault, honestly. Something always felt off to me about Lady Pelena. She never seemed too torn up about Uriel's death. I was convinced she was hiding something, but turns out my chef's paunch doesn't make for being stealthy. She caught me going through her things. A terrible thing, I know, but I don't regret it. Some things deserve to be brought to light, you'll see.
The library. The library is to the left. Your other left.
Left.
We must study the scene carefully. Look for anything out of place. You are certain this is where you found her body?
Yes. I'll never forget the sight of her lying there.
Quite the mess for a simple fall, don't you think? Certainly a ladder couldn't have caused this much damage to the statue. Was that window already broken?
No. It was definitely intact before Lady Weatherly's death.
Something has broken the glass. Perhaps this was an escape route.
Well, clearly.
Isaac has seen enough.
He fell off the ladder. Really heavy book. Ricocheted off the wall. Knocked this over. Bounced over here. Bounced off the dresser, then through the... Obvious.
No blood, a broken window. and a fractured statue with no explanation as to how it was damaged. Music feels that there is something just out of reach of this one's claws. But what could it be? The details don't add up. Investigations always require some stretch of the imagination, but to make sense of this crime scene would be to dream up a work of fantasy.
Oh, something happened.
Perhaps the fantasy is the clue. Only a panicked hand could make such messy brushstrokes. Could Otho's arrival from the market have startled the suspect, leading them to block the door and escape out of the broken window?
Otho could have staged the scene.
But then why create such an elaborate scene? A fall is simple enough, a tidy portrait. We should continue to investigate this broken window. Perhaps we can find a trail on the other side.
I would never hurt Lady Weatherly.
Until the investigation is complete, everyone is a suspect.
I would never do anything like this. You must believe me.
The library exterior is just around the corner. Beto, what is he sniffing? Beto found a key? And look, it seems Beto wants us to follow him. Moons above. Is that Daedric?
Poison tankard. Oh, we've got a confession here. It was I, loyal cook Daedric, who killed her dear Lady Weatherly. She planned to meet sweet Polina Weatherly for tea, but I tainted her favorite blend, ginger and hibiscus, with a foul poison. Same poison I've taken as I write this letter, for I cannot bring myself to see an impostor play at our dear late Uriel. Curse on that road. Despite doting on her every need, Lady Weatherly never saw me as more than a lowly servant. Now I join her in the great dark cold beyond.
A confession, and a flowery one at that. Mizik isn't sure what to make of this. Tea. This one smells ginger, hibiscus, and something else. Something sickly. Daedric's tankard. There seems to be a suspicious residue inside.
Memorial to Uriel Weatherly. Lies a memory of a devoted son and an honorable warrior. When you never returned home, those who love you saw fit to raise a memorial in your name. Loss of such a bright light will always be a tragedy, but your memory lives on with us.
So this is the memorial Lady Weatherly built for her son. Mizik's snout wrinkles at the stench of both fresh and old death. Betu led us to the memorial of the lost Uriel Weatherly, and now we find the cook freshly poisoned. Let this one see the confession letter. Why would Daedric lead us to Uriel's memorial and then kill himself? And earlier, the cook warned us of some mysterious danger. Could he have met the fate he was trying to save us from? Too many bodies and cryptic messages for this one's liking.
About the confession.
The note says that Daedric served Lady Weatherly poisoned tea the day she died, but the cook had already left the grounds. Otho confirmed that himself. And this letter says that Pelena was present for tea, but she said she was out all morning.
No, it's forgery.
A good question, but the memorial may be a greater clue. Lady Weatherly had gone to great lengths to find her son, but was certain of his death to raise this memorial. Our Uriel may well be an impostor, but do not give away our upper hand.
Hey, what do we know so far?
We know the real Uriel went to fight in Varen's revolt, and that Lady Weatherly spent a fortune to find his body. We also know from the note in the lady's study that Pelena was against looking into his death.
Oh, of the imposter.
Yes, our masquerading rogue. The cook was certain that he was an impostor, but what about the others? Aquilia has her suspicions, but shouldn't Pelena have known? Why hasn't she raised alarm bells and told the others?
And now the cooks.
And he was the only one who could have ended the impostor's ruse. But then there is Edric's confession. Could it be a forgery to throw us off the trail? Or a convenient end to our investigation? I sense another hasty painting is before us. We should question the impostor, but we mustn't let on that we know his gambit. I also have my reservations about the once and again widowed Pelena. If anyone else was aware of his ruse, it would be her. So why hasn't she said anything?
Question him.
Steady yourself as we approach the impostor, Uriel. This ruse may not be his only crime. It's increasingly likely that he killed Edric.
What is with all the questions, cousin? Aren't you happy to see me?
There's our imposter. Talk to him, friend.
Pretty sure he heard.
Our intrepid investigators. Pelena and I were just arguing over what to do with my mother's estate. Marriage squabbles. Have you made progress with that mysterious riddle? I can fetch her if you'd like. She just went into the kitchen.
I know if you're close to the cook.
The cook, you say? Well, as close as any young heir is with their staff. Now that I think about it, I always did find him strange. Always one for the shadows. I'm glad Pelena saw fit to fire him. I only wish I were here to do it myself.
Yeah, he's dead.
Dead? What a ghastly turn of events! Hold on. Another memory is coming back to me.
Here we go.
Yes. The cook always had a secret love for my mother. Was it grief that led him to kill himself? It must have been. You don't think he also killed Mother?
Say he killed himself.
Oh, yes, of course. No, I must have gotten ahead of myself. Yes, that's it. All this death, I thought I left it behind on the battlefield, but it seems to have followed me home. Whether murderer or murderee, my heart goes out to Edric.
Thank you, Uriel. That's all. We should speak to Pelena next, traveler.
There's been another murder? The killer could come for any one of us next.
Nonsense. It's clear Edric was a troubled man who killed Lady Weatherly and took his own life.
Maybe so. But I'm not leaving this room just yet.
Poisons. Oh. Yeah, there's no stairs. Or not.
Oh, Mizik, do you have updates on your investigation? Mizik, Traveler, how fares the investigation? With so much still left to speculation, I've found myself wandering the grounds, trying to keep my hands busy. I hope to have things settled soon, for all our sakes.
Cook's dead.
Edric? A murderer? I'm astonished. I guess I was right to be suspicious of him, but now I wish I'd had him jailed when I could have. What a travesty. At least now we have some closure, and can focus on the missing fortune.
So why does the confession say you were present for the death?
Well, the lady and I had intended to meet that morning, but it slipped my mind. If the tea was poisoned, wouldn't that make Otho the suspect? With Edric away, he would have been the one to brew the tea for Lady Weatherly.
So, Otho did it now.
I haven't the expertise, of course, to make such an accusation. But I do wonder. Otho and Edric have worked the estate for ages. Could they have felt entitled to a cut of the fortune? Useless speculation, perhaps, but the mind does wander.
Thank you, Pelina. We will investigate all lingering threads. Traveler, let's speak with the gardener next.
I just realized her eyelids are not actually closing. Or solid. Oh god, those are fucked. Ugh. I need to fix that shit.
Betu seems to have run off again. It's embarrassing, really. You'd think I'd be better at keeping a handle on him, but the dog is a free spirit. How are things? Made any progress since investigating the library?
My membranes are dictating I am a cat if this helps. If you served any tea the morning that she died.
It had become one of my daily duties while Edric was away. I usually try to brew her a pot before I leave for the market. Apologies for not mentioning that earlier. My daily tasks have become innumerable.
Yeah, Edric's dead.
Edric is dead? I can't believe it. No, he'd never hurt Lady Weatherly. We were like a family. Wait, the recipe for the lady's tea is wrong. She's always found ginger to be too overwhelming. Are you sure Edric wrote this?
Are you saying you didn't?
He couldn't have. He'd never make a mistake like that. And he was nowhere near the tea that morning. I started a pot for Lady Weatherly, and Pelina took over brewing it before I left.
Pelina, huh? She said she forgot about that.
Strange. She was most definitely here. She even offered to finish brewing it. I've been so busy as of late that I accepted her offer. It's not every day Pelina lends a hand around the estate. Wait. Could Pelina have poisoned Lady Weatherly?
Yes, she could have. Take her tea.
She usually has it in her bedchambers, but the room's been locked this whole time. It seems in the commotion the key has been misplaced. It's likely her room has remained untouched since this whole tragedy began.
Dog had it, of course.
Mizik recalls a gilded key revealed to us by Betu.
Oh, he's close.
If you already found the missing key, you may be able to unlock Lady Weatherly's bedchambers.
What a key does, yes.
If the room has truly been locked this whole time, then not even the killer could re-enter. Let us see if we can find any clues among the mess. The residue on that teacup stinks with the same foul smell as the tainted tea we found with Edric's body.
Lockpick. That helps. A lot of lockpicks, actually. And melon jelly, sick.
This scrap of fabric seems to have been torn from an expensive dress.
Helena, you may not remember me, but I assure you I've never forgotten your name or the swirling script of your letter to my band of mercenaries. How curious it was to see such delicate writing spell out such a gruesome request. I still remember the shock in your husband's eyes, but he cried out for his mother while he pawed at the dagger in his back. Memory remained an idle amusement until talk of a wealthy elderly woman searching for her son spread through Cyrodiil. Then it struck me. Your late husband and I bore a striking resemblance. Sure you'll agree, we have much to discuss, dear wife. We'll have our parts to play if you'd like to split that woman's fortune. Or I could just reveal you as the murderess you are. You decide. Leofin Pictor.
If this letter is true, then Pelena played a role in Uriel's death. And this signature. Is this the name of our resident imposter? Mizik would like to hear your thoughts on what we found.
I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Seems to confirm that Pelena Weatherly had her husband killed while he was away from the estate. Did Lady Weatherly read it first and confront Pelena with the truth? And what is Pelena left to do when cornered?
And she poisoned her.
Indeed. Pelena may have sensed an end to her cozy life. Killing Lady Weatherly before the imposter's arrival would secure her the fortune. She couldn't have known it was hidden, and now she can't reveal the imposter without outing herself.
But she was found in the library, right?
A poisoned cup of tea would bring unwanted attention to Lady Weatherly's death. Pelena's only option would have been to stage the scene. A fall from a ladder at the lady's age? Mizik can already imagine the solemn nods of acceptance.
Helena and the imposter.
They must have brokered an agreement. Ride out the storm of Lady Weatherly's death and come out the other side rich. But they've stumbled along the way thanks to a curious cook and a meddling Mizik. It's time we confront our killers.
Investigate the scream. Oh,
Scream from down
there it is.
We must hurry.
Objective kind of foiled that.
He's dead. Someone killed him.
Clearly this player.
What's wrong, boy? Nobody leaves until Mizik finds out what happened.
The dog's even telling us. Wait, no, that's a different dog. Not Batu. What? There he is. Uh-oh. Strange powdery residue found around Betu's mouth. Oh, shit. Dog okay? I don't care about the rest of these. Mizik, I apologize for letting my fear get to the best of me. I was afraid telling you the truth would put your life at risk. I thought I could solve everything myself. Before Lady Weatherly's death, I went through Pelena's belongings. I'd always suspected she was cruel, but lately she had grown erratic, nervous, always looking over her shoulder. When I searched her room, I discovered her correspondence with the Ipin picture. She had Uriel killed, and now his assassin is here waiting, wearing Uriel's clothes and name like a cheap costume. Gave Lady Weatherly a letter to prove Pelena's wrongdoing. I fear that in doing so, I doomed her. When Pelena confronted me, she demanded I return her stolen letter. I refused, told her I'd hidden it. Must have sensed my deceit, and that I revealed her betrayal to Lady Weatherly. Sorry, it's all my fault. Daedric.
We have to help him.
Oh, wait. Can't believe running outside for no reason.
Something has made Betu terribly ill. I've never seen him so scared. If only I knew what was wrong, I could help him.
He's poisoned.
Wait. I recognize this smell. Yes, I couldn't place it until now. We used this poison around the estate grounds. We've fallen into such disrepair that beasts have moved into the cellars. Betu knows better than to eat this. He was forced.
We do.
Yes, in the pantry. I kept a tin of medicinal herbs for this very occasion. I could never forgive myself if I had a hand in hurting Betu. Please, hurry. Get the herbs.
Quickly, friend. Search the pantry. Mystic hopes we can save at least one life today.
Everyone else dies. Dog lives. Fair trade.
Betu!
He's fine.
He's recovering.
That was quick.
The herbs must be working.
Wonderful news. Traveler, let's discuss the note you found with our imposter. Our imposter is dead, and our killer nearly succeeded in taking Betu's life as well. It is also not lost on Mizik as to who is missing from this room. The note you found with imposter Theophan's body. What does it say?
Daedric figured it out.
The lengths the cook went to protect Lady Weatherly. This one hopes she knew how dearly she was loved by her staff. There is no doubt left in this one's mind as to who our killer is.
Pelena?
She must be held accountable for her crimes.
It was,
she can't have
it was pretty obvious from the start.
Betu? What is it? Where are you going?
Uh-oh.
Quickly, follow that dog. Good boy, Betu. Our killer may very well have fled through this door.
It'd be funny as shit if I could, like, do a vampire kill on her. I wish you could do that in combat, but they don't let you. Ember just staring at me, Jesus.
These tunnels seem to run under the entire property. Good thing we have Betu's nose to lead us.
Dark wounds. Apologies. This one is fine.
Thunderbug. That is terrifying, actually.
Get away from me, you beast!
I hear Pelena's voice. She must be nearby.
It's a fucking troll in here. Oh, whatever.
Mizik is all right.
Thunderbug, lord. Jesus.
Mizik needs to stop doing that. Mizik is all right.
Damn dog! How are you still alive? I've committed no wrong. That man was an imposter. If I hadn't gotten him first, then he would have killed me. I spit on Theophan Pictor's name for masquerading as my dear Uriel.
I just realized Mistwing totally called that she was going to try and kill the dog. Yeah, we know that you had Uriel killed.
How could you possibly say that? Whose inane rambling convinced you of such nonsensical drivel? Everyone is out to frame me. Theophan, Otto, even that damned Edric.
Yeah, it's over.
Damn this rotting estate. Everything I did, everyone I killed, I did it for my own survival. I hope it crumbles into dust just like that crone and her son. I spit on their graves.
The Count of Skingrad will decide your fate.
Helena, why would you hurt Betu?
Because this whole family can rot for all I care.
I mean, alright, makes sense.
Everything was going fine until that idiot Theophan came bumbling back into my life.
I can't believe Betu was so brave. Chasing down Pelena like that. I've never seen him so singularly focused.
You've done great work today, Traveler. The air is heavy with death. But just like the sun, truth will come out. If only Lady Weatherly could see Pelena beaten at her own game.
Oh, now what?
Pelena will be delivered to Skingrad. With the evidence in hand, she should face charges for the deaths of Uriel, Lady Weatherly, and our impostor. While it's possible Theophan killed Edric, I am certain she played a role.
And the fortune?
To think this one nearly forgot about our remaining golden thread. Aquilia is the only living relative. Mizik supposes she will inherit the fortune. Not that we found a single coin to give.
Oh, it's supposed to be in the walls.
Fortune aside, what we accomplished today is no small feat. If the fortune was to be found, we'd have stumbled upon it during our investigation.
What have you got there, boy?
You just randomly found this shit.
Brought us something. Betu, where did you find this? Betu? Otto, escort Pelena back to the manor. We will follow the dog.
Dog.
Apologies. This one is fine. Apologies. This one is fine.
That was fun.
Missy can't believe it. Is this Lady Weatherly's missing fortune? Let us investigate.
Reading this letter, then Betu trusted you with our hidden fortune. I'd hoped that one day I'd pass these treasures on to my son, Uriel. I learned recently that the woman I cared for like a daughter betrayed me, so it became necessary to hide the fortune she is clearly so hungry to acquire. I haven't gathered all the proof yet, but I called upon a dear friend who can help bring her crimes to light. If I don't live long enough to see her downfall, let this document serve to make my final wishes clear. My dear dog Betu and the staff that has looked after the both of us while I retreated into my grief are to receive my remaining fortune and the estate. They are what remains of my family, and through them the memory of my dear Uriel will live on. To Edric and Otho, I've got bad news. I thank you for making my grieving a little more comfortable. I hope this fortune helps you look after the greatest gift my son ever gave me, my dear and faithful Betu. It was all about the dog.
Weatherly must have left that note before her death. We should show it to Aquilia.
Yeah, Aquilia ain't gonna get shit either from the sounds of it. Roll right in the goddamn way. Get the fuck out of here.
Mizik needs to stop doing that.
Helena, is it true? After everything my aunt did for you.
I don't owe you an explanation, Aquilia. Everything was going fine until that idiot
Same line.
came bumbling back into my life.
I can't believe Betu was so...
Yeah. Can we pet the dog again? No.
The murderer has been apprehended and will face justice. You should speak to Aquilia about the family fortune.
And she may not like this.
Otho did his best to explain your findings. But is it really true? Helena is to blame for this nightmare?
Yep.
I thought she was acting strangely, but I blamed it on the grief. I would never have expected her to be capable of all this. And what of Uriel? What was his role in all this?
No, he's not Uriel. He just wanted money.
I knew something was off about him. But to think he also played a role in killing my cousin. Lady Weatherly gave Helena a comfortable life, looked after her every need. All this death, in the pursuit of an absent fortune.
No, we found that fortune, actually. And a letter.
Betu was safeguarding the fortune this whole time? It's a strange request, leaving the remaining fortune to Betu and her staff? But I wouldn't dare go against my aunt's wishes. How sweet. Lord Betu of Weatherly.
You have got to be joking. The dog...
I can't believe it. There must be some mistake.
There's no mistake, Otho. I will help oversee the transfer of ownership. You and Betu will have all your needs seen to.
Excellent work, my friend. Let us speak. Many lives were lost, despite our best efforts. There is certainly joy to be found in our success, but this one will spend many a night wondering if there was more that could be done. Perhaps he is not as good an investigator as he thought.
You kind of fucked up. But yeah, no. No, you did alright.
Do not downplay your role either, friend. You forget, Mizik was a...
Oh, it's just armor.
Mess, chasing a sneeze-inducing beast. Betu.
I do like that Kaji just do not like dogs.
For your work. But know that this one is in your debt. Mizik hopes news of this case strikes fear in the heart of all criminals who think they have gotten away with their crimes. No matter how many years go by, justice is still hunting. And Mizik will find you in the end.
Now what?
Mizik will stay for a while as executor of the estate. But he cannot linger long. There are crimes that require his attention, and he must hurry before the trail goes cold.
We just solved a crime.
Yes, and Mizik could not have done it without you. But resting in the shade of one's successes too long dulls the claws. We will meet again, friend. And criminals will tremble at the thunder of our boots. Mizik likes saying that part.
I've always preferred cats. But you've made a good argument for dogs, Betu.
This one thinks Betu likes you.
Oh, well, you do seem like a very good boy. I'll be sure to order a lifetime supply of steak dinners.
Well, that was fun. Relatively pointless quest here. There's, like, they literally just threw in combat at the end. Like, in the there was no need for it at all. That was cute. I mean, I wouldn't say he's the best investigator in MMO. The fucker's smoking? Oh yeah, he is. I don't know, that just bumped him up a notch. That's pretty good. Going on 11. I need to get out of here, so I should be around tomorrow, as far as I know. Don't see why not. Have a good one, everybody. I will see you when I see you.
I knew that in order to win her love, I needed to get rid of the human garbage, otherwise known as my best friends.
Come on!
Bonnie, how do you keep getting back in?
I'm a drunk. I don't know nothing about how I do anything.